from the daytime.
Still hanging in the gloom.
Oh,
barbershop after closing.
City slowing down outside at a rafter from the daytime.
Somewhere in the mirrors hide.
Keys are turning in the doorway. Sign flips slowly in the dark. Empty chairs beneath the mirrors, holding shadows like a mark. Tomorrow morning doors will open, conversation start again. But tonight the room is resting from the noise of working men. Fading near the counter, last song floating through the air, leaving silence in this barbershop. Feels like someone's still in there.
Barbershop after closing.
Quiet sitting in the room.
Never stolen from the daytime.
Still hanging in the view.
Barbershop after closing.
City slowing down outside. All the laughter from the daytime.
Somewhere in the mirrors barbershop after closing.
City slowing down outside. All the laughter from
Streetlights flicker on the avenue. Briefcase shadow long and thin. Coffee stains on folded headlines. Another working day tucked in. Subway tires in faded colors carry footsteps of my prime. I trace the cracks along the concrete like rings inside a trunk of time. Years lean gently on my shoulders, but my pulse won't stand aside. Underneath the quiet surface, there's a current I can't hide. Golden platform, hold me steady while the night rolls by. Golden platform, I'm not finished. Hear the low reply. Golden platform, still I'm standing firm beneath the weight. Golden platform, late is only another word for fate. Pay stubs folded in a drawer, letters tied with aging thread. Kitchen laughter from the past, still alive inside my head. Neighbors waving from their porches, stories traded slow and deep. All the miles my body carried, every promise I could keep. When the mirror shows the mileage, I don't turn away. Chapter, I was brave enough to stay. Golden platform, hold me steady while the night rolls by. Golden platform, I'm not finished. Hear the low reply. Golden platform, still I'm standing firm beneath the weight. Golden platform, late is only another word for fate. Grandchild drawings on the fridge door, crooked suns in purple trees, tiny hands that pull me downward to my patient knees. Doctor's words about the numbers ringing softly in my ear. Still I lace my shoes each morning, walk the doubt away from fear. Every ache a small reminder I have traveled far. Every breath a steady drummer, marking who we are. Golden platform, hold me steady while the night rolls by. Golden platform, I'm not finished. Hear the low reply. Golden platform, still I'm standing firm beneath the weight. Golden platform, late is only another word for fate. Ticket clutched in callous fingers, destination still unknown. Not every road was smooth or polished, but every step was owned. Engines hum beneath the floorboards like a vow I made at dawn. As long as rhythm fills my bloodstream, I will carry on. Even if the crowd grows thinner, even if the lights grow pale. There's a groove beneath the silence, riding every rail. Golden platform, hold me steady while the night rolls by. Golden platform, I'm not finished. Hear the low reply. Golden platform, still I'm standing firm beneath the weight. Golden platform, late is only another word for fate. We went back and forth again, same two sides, same loose ends. You said yours, I said mine. Neither one crossed the line. Glasses sitting where they were, nothing moving, nothing stirred. Words just landing in the same place, not getting through, just taking space. Every point just circles back, every truth begins to crack. I can feel it in the gap. We don't know how to bridge that. Leave it on the table. We don't have to solve it now. Let it sit between us. Even if we don't know how. Not everything needs closure. Not everything comes around. Leave it on the table. Let it stay where it's found. You looked down, I looked away, both with more we didn't say. Cut up, pushed it, made it clear, but we stopped it right there. Not because we didn't care, just too much to lay it bare. Some things better left unturned than forcing something not yet learned. Every silence has a weight, every pause can resonate. I can feel it sitting straight, right between debate. Leave it on the table. don't have to solve it now. Let it sit between us, even if we don't know how. Not everything needs closure. Not everything comes around.
In both 25 and 26, we've reduced between $17 billion and then $18 billion in spending.
In significant part because of our work to hold it flat, both in the working Congress and the executive branch, but also with respect to rescissions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Because of the work and the efforts of the administration to try to constrain that spending. If we're talking about a trajectory shift in this country, is holding discretionary spending flat or at a very low amount of growth important while we also have to go deal with those other issues driving the budget deficits?
It is absolutely critical, and I would argue that's where you have to begin, because that's what Congress has a vote on every single year. And for a long time, I would argue 20 years, Congress did not really focus on in each and every appropriations process on what they could do. We've seen a sea change in that over the last several years.
Is it not an important message for the country that Congress, in dealing with its annual budget that it can actually control, that we show the fiscal discipline of holding that spending flat? And then to that question, we've got a budget before us that has a significant increase in defense spending for the purposes that I think the director has laid out. I don't need to repeat them, that we need to defend our country as a core constitutional duty. That you've then constrained the vast majority of the other departments and agencies in funding in order to try to keep that spending relatively flat as we work out a mix of mandatory and discretionary in defense. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the goal here is to keep that on a low growth trajectory while we see if Congress, in its infinite wisdom, will ever step up to the plate to address Medicare and Social Security, knowing Social Security is scheduled to go bankrupt in 2032. Is that roughly correct?
Well, I think it's important to focus on where this Congress has focused on. And as you know, the president believes that it's important to protect those two programs, Social Security and Medicare. This Congress has gone at it from the right perspective, which is going after fraud, waste and abuse, welfare reform so that we get people back to work. I believe that is the way that we go after and get to a better fiscal situation, is to have those types of reform efforts, of which you were able to do with a very slim Congress.
I think I'm past my time. Just one last quick point. I would just appreciate being able to work with the director, and I know my friend, the chairman, also a Texan, to work. I know Secretary Noem was working with us now. Secretary Mullen no doubt will, to achieve the $10 billion of refund to the state of Texas and other states because of what we had to endure under the previous administration with open borders and expenditures to our budget. I assume that the director will work with us to achieve that objective.
I'm happy to. We're working on that fund. We want to make sure all of the DHS funds are flowing. I will just say it's very critical that we get DHS funded. We're in this vital moment, it's precarious, where we are trying to pay all DHS employees for a period of time when that has not occurred. And I know that we were moving reconciliation to be able to pay for what the Senate Democrats have not been willing to fund. But we have to get those funds funded so that we can ensure that the allotments that you provided in the One Big Beautiful Bill are able to go out.
I associate myself with the gentleman's comment. Appreciate the response, Mr. Vogt. Now yield 5 minutes to Ms. Watson Coleman of New Jersey.
Thank you. So I was just trying to figure out where could I find a needle large enough to burst the bubble that you guys live in, because you're not living in reality and you're creating a narrative, and just because you say it, you think it's true. And so I've sat up here and I've listened to a whole bunch of explanations that don't in any way, shape, or form relate to reality. I got a couple of questions to ask you, sir. I'm going to start with one that's going to give you a moment to speak, and then I'm going to ask you a series of yes and no's. And when I say yes or no's, I want yes or no's. What would you say right now to the mothers of the kids who died because of your dismantling of U.S. aid? Harvard study says there are more than 100,000 of them. Can you give me a quick response to what you would say to those mothers? Just don't talk to me about the study. Talk to me about what you would say to the mothers of the children who've died.
Congresswoman, with great respect, I would just contest that the extent to which institutions that benefit from federal largesse put out studies that say that the world has ended, that the world has not in fact ended.
Well, it's going
We
there.
only cut
If you're not gonna answer the
USAID spending
question-
last year to the tune of about $8 billion. There was
Reclaim-
far more that we could have done, Congresswoman.
Reclaiming my time. If a mother came before you who told you that her child died
Language once could open every wall. Nothing written truly vanishes. Every phrase becomes a key, turning knocks inside the silence of the human memory. Let the shelves keep all the echoes of the voices it had known. Let the rain keep turning pages long after the reader's gone. If the night closes the library, still the words will understand. Our quiet room of paper built a universe by hand. Built a universe by moon milk settles on the vineyard stones. A white owl sows dusk into the vines. Your shadow drifts through apricot weather with pockets full of unspoken signs. The window bloomed with underwater lilies. Night pours dew silk over the hill. I hear your name in the fig tree breathing, as if the earth itself stood still. The air wears gold around its shoulders. A quiet bell sleeps inside the leaves. We move as though the dark were holy, and every branch had learned to grieve. You arrive like white water, learning color. You remain like perfume on the stairs. The stars lean low to watch us listening, while silverless halos float through the air. A good-shaped lantern sways in silence above the gate of sleeping roses. The garden keeps its secret horses, hidden where the midnight fern closes. Your voice is folded in the linen. The room is dressed in violet grain. 1,000 moths rehearse their circles and stitch pale crowns across the rain. The air wears gold around its shoulders. A quiet bell sleeps inside the leaves. We move as though the dark were holy, and every branch had learned to grieve. You were I, like water, learning color. You remain like perfume on the stairs. Its stars lean low to watch us listening, while silverless halos float through the air.
terror groups, all of them profiting from this criminal organization that was pretending to run the country. That makes America safer. You've secured the border, we're stopping the flow of drugs, and now with the normalization of relationships on an economic basis, it's going to mean tremendously for the prosperity of the American people. So I just want to say again, congratulations to you and to the entire leadership team. It's been an amazing, historic week on the scale of things that we haven't seen perhaps for 125 years in terms of the U.S. Exerting its influence over Latin America in a way that's going to make a change for generations. And on behalf of all the oil executives that are here today, Chris and I want to say thank you to all of you. It's your technology, your innovation that has put America in the place where today we are the most energy dominant country in the world. And that position is what's allowed us to take the action that we're taking with statecraft, with military action. None of that would happen if we were dependent on everybody else for energy. So you're a big part of the reason that we're able to move the way we are today, and we're grateful that you're here to be part of the solution going forward.
Thank you, Doug, and you are doing a fantastic job, and we appreciate it. Everybody appreciates it. They know who's doing well. Chris Wright?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, what we've seen in the last week is leadership matters and credibility matters. Venezuelan oil has been sanctioned for many years, and the oil just flew, those sanctions were not enforced. That oil just floated out to trafficked by bad actors of the world. The resources weren't gone to a central place. The corruption and decline of Venezuela has been a crisis for the people of Venezuela, and as Secretary Rubio said, massive spillover effects in the United States, in crime, in drugs, in kidnappings, and in taking a huge resource base and making it not exploited, not developed. The whole world is a poorer, less opportunity-rich place because of that. When you have materials underground, they've been underground for 1 million years. That does not make them a resource. That does not make them valuable for your country, your people, or the world. They only become a resource with technology, with capital, with rule of law, and a system of governance that encourages the harvesting of those resources to make the better world. And we see here the dramatic contrast between the United States, which may have less oil underground than Venezuela. We have 20 times the production of Venezuela, 20 times the impact of human betterment, massively better quality of living here in the United States. That was at risk under the last administration. We've seen a lot of attacks on the energy that makes the world go round. President Trump's election has removed those risks, has embraced reality about how the world is energized, and we are record production of oil in the United States, record production in natural gas in the United States. We've seen a meaningful decline in gasoline prices, diesel prices, travel prices because of jet fuel. And now President Trump is taking the genius of a different way to try to solve a 25-year festering problem in Venezuela, that all the traditional things have not worked, but ordering both a tremendous military operation to remove the heads of a criminal organization masquerading as a government, and then to use the power of our military, not to fire bullets, but to stop the flow of Venezuelan oil to the world, immediately gave us leverage over the interim authorities in Venezuela and has allowed us to be in this position today where the actions of this government can massively improve Venezuela for the better, and the bigger impact is to massively improve the quality of life, affordability, safety, and security of the United States. Very proud to be here. And we'll turn it over to Mark Nelson, who's the vice chairman of Chevron. Chevron has been in Venezuela for over 100 years, continuously. Mike Wirth, the CEO, had a knee replacement recently. He's not here. Mark is a tremendous leader in our industry, and I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Secretary Wright. Again, I'll send Mike Wirth's regrets. He really wanted to be here, Mr. President.
Great guy.
On his behalf, I have 3 very quick thank yous and an assurance I'd like to provide you all. The first thank you, Mr. President, is to you. It's thank you for convening this gathering. It's thank you for your leadership, and thank you for continuing to keep American energy domination in the forefront. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
The second thank you actually is to the cabinet. So Secretary Rubio, Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, your ability and commitment to continue to engage with the parties around the table to keep the world working is greatly appreciated. So thank you. Thank you for that. And the final thank you actually would go to our Venezuelan employees of Chevron. They have been working tirelessly to operate safely, protect the environment in country, and their dedication and skill will help us in this next chapter. And finally, I'll close with the assurance. For more than a century, Chevron has been a part of Venezuela's past. We are certainly committed to its present, and we very much look forward as a proud American company to help it build a better future. And so, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership.
And you really suffered there. You stuck it out. A lot of people left. A lot of big companies left. Many of the people sitting at this table left because of the safety risk and other risks. But you stuck it out. I give you credit for that. Sometimes it was hard. I remember 6 months ago I told you to stay, just stay. Things are going to happen. You'll be very happy. I didn't know they were going to happen this fast or this conclusively. One thing I think everyone has to know is that if we didn't do this, China or Russia would have done it. And if China or Russia were a next-door neighbor, because essentially this is not around the other parts of the world so far away where you fly in an airplane for 24 hours before you get there. This is sort of a next-door neighbor if you think about it. And I told China and I told Russia, we get along with you very well. We like you very much. We don't want you there. Not going to be there. And if we didn't do this, China would have been there and Russia would have been there. Maybe they both would have been there together, but they're not going to be there now. One thing I will tell them, and I will tell you, that we are open for business. China can buy all the oil they want from us there or in the United States. Russia can get all the oil they need from us, and they do like oil, even though they produce a lot of it. But China and Russia and everybody else is able to go, and we'll be open for business almost immediately. I have a feeling the $100 million will be spent $100 billion will be spent very, very rapidly by these very big, powerful, and rich companies, and I think they're going to be able to rebuild the infrastructure. And I hope it's going to be brand new as opposed to a rehab, because I know the tremendous difference between the new and the not so new in your industry. The new is much more beautiful, much better in every way, and actually much smaller. It's like everything else, gets smaller and stronger. It's a combination of smaller, better, and stronger. So I hope you're going to build all brand new stuff, rip out the old crap that's been there for so many years, and do it the right way. You're going to be there a long time if we make a deal. If we make a deal, you're going to be there a long time. If we don't make a deal, you won't be there at all. It's, sort of interesting. But again, China and Russia would have been there if we didn't do this. And the other thing people ask about the second wave, I don't think it's going to be necessary. We have an armada, a giant armada like nobody's ever seen in that part of the world. And it's stationed off the coast. And we are getting along so well with the people that are involved in representing Venezuela that I don't think we're going to have any, I don't think it's going to be necessary to do the second wave. We were planning on a second wave, but the first wave was so powerful and so good and so strong. And frankly, the people in the country, they did the right thing. They were smart. They did the right thing. They didn't want to go through a second wave. But we've got a tremendous number of the most powerful ships in the world right there. I don't think we're going to have to use that. I'm happy to say that. I don't think we're going to have to use that at all. If I could ask Chevron, you did a great job. I want to thank you. And ExxonMobil, if you would say a few words, and then followed by Conoco, great companies, massive companies, great companies. Exxon, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the invitation and the opportunity, frankly, for the entire industry to show up and provide a perspective. Frankly, we've been kind of unresponsive to the press regarding Venezuela, but I guess today's the opportunity to address the press directly with respect to a number of questions that have been asked of ExxonMobil. First and foremost, obviously, is the interest that we have in Venezuela. And I think, the way I would position that, and I think one of the reasons why we see many of the industry players here is we're in a depletion business for a product that is in great demand and will be in demand for many, many, many decades to come. And as a depletion business, the biggest challenge we have is finding resources. There's an opportunity in Venezuela with all the resources there. Is we don't have that challenge of finding, we have the challenge of developing those resources. So I think it's in the best interest of these companies and frankly society as a whole for the industry to be interested in understanding what the opportunity here represents. I'll just share a philosophy that ExxonMobil has when we enter countries, because we do business all around the world in a number of different regimes. We take a very long-term perspective. The investments that we make span decades and decades, so we do not go into any opportunity with a short-term mindset. And there's a value proposition that we have to meet. It has to be a win-win-win proposition. Obviously, it has to be a win for the company and our shareholders and to generate a return for the investments that we make. It has to be a win for the government. The resources are an important source of revenue that helps support the people of the places that we do business. And it has to be a win for the people. We have to be wanted there and to be a good neighbor. And those three things ensure a stable, long-term platform for the large investments that we make for the long term. With respect to Venezuela in particular, we have a very long history in Venezuela. In fact, we first got into Venezuela back in the 1940s. We've had our assets seized there twice. And so you can imagine to re-enter a third time would require some pretty significant changes from what we've historically seen here and what is currently the state. If we look at the legal and commercial constructs and frameworks in place today in Venezuela, today it's uninvestable. And so significant changes have to be made to those commercial frameworks, the legal system. There has to be durable investment protections, and there has to be a change to the hydrocarbon laws in the country. We're confident that with this administration and President Trump working hand in hand with the Venezuelan government, that those changes can be put in place. And with respect to the Venezuelan government, that perspective we don't have a view on. We haven't talked to the Venezuelan government, and obviously we have yet to assess the people's perspective with respect to ExxonMobil entering the country. In the short term, there are things that can be done while these longer-term issues are being worked. For us, we haven't been in the country for almost 20 years. We think it's absolutely critical in the short term that we get a technical team in place to assess the current state of the industry and the assets, to understand what would be involved to help the people of Venezuela get production back on the market. With the invitation of the Venezuelan government and with appropriate security guarantees, we are ready to put a team on the ground there. We also have a integrated set of capabilities from production to refining to trading, and I think we can be of assistance to getting the Venezuelan crude to market and realizing a market price to help, again, with the financial situation in Venezuela. So those are my short-term perspective that I have. I'd say maybe close with a thank you, Mr. President, for the work that you've done to secure not only the national security, but the energy security of the region. And then thank you, Secretary Rubio, Secretary Wright, Secretary Burgum, for your leadership in this matter. Thank you.
How long would it take you, Darren, as Exxon to, if we make a deal, how long would it take you to get in there and get started?
Well, the first step, this technical team, as I talked with Secretary Wright earlier this week, we started from the beginning to put the team together so that if and when it was needed, we could hit the ground almost immediately. So we can hit the ground within the next couple of weeks, start the assessment, and then from there we need to understand.
That's what we want. We want speed and quality. Yeah, that's what we want. Thank you, Darren. And Conoco, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the opportunity to be here too, and you've assembled a great team. And our congratulations as well for removing one of the terrible people in the world and bringing them to justice. It was quite amazing. I think you've given hope to the people of Venezuela again, which I think is quite remarkable. And we've been on the other end of that despot regime a long time. Our assets were expropriated. I had a little bit more hair when that happened. And, you know, I think we're the largest non-sovereign credit holder in Venezuela today. So we're in a bit of a different situation, but I think your big and bold idea to use energy commerce instead of conflict is something that could make a real big difference in Venezuela. And our company certainly stands ready to help in that endeavor. Encourage you to continue to think bigger and even bolder, and we've had some discussions with your energy team about that as well. As we think about the other people that need to be in this room and in this discussion are the banks, and including probably the Exim Bank, as we think about how the debt needs to be restructured and the financing to deliver the billions of dollars that are required to restore their energy infrastructure. And I think as we think that big and bold, we need to be also thinking about even restructuring the entire Venezuelan energy system, including PDVSA. And I think if we can do that and think bold, there's an opportunity to be quick, fast, and restore the quality of what's happened in Venezuela, or what's been lost in Venezuela over the course of the last 25 years. So thank you for this opportunity.
Well, thank you very much, and you'll get a lot of your money back. We're going to start with an even plate, though. We're not going to look at what people lost in the past, because that was their fault. That was a different president. You're going to make a lot of money, but we're not going to go back. You left a lot of money behind, I guess, huh? What number?
12 billion.
How much?
12 billion?
Well, it's a good write-off.
It's already been written off.
It's been written. All right, thank you. You'll make it back one way or the other. You're all going to do very well. I think really very well. Marco just gave me a note. Go back to Chevron. They want to discuss something. Go ahead. I'm going back to Chevron, Marco. Thank you, Marco.
Was there a question, Mr. President?
Yes, go ahead, Marco. What are you saying here?
Mark, if you
increase.
can update us on operations in the ground and with the appropriate approvals, what you might be able to achieve in the next 12 to 18 months, give us a little view from the ground.
You bet, you bet. So today, Chevron has 3,000 employees in 4 different joint ventures in Venezuela today. And over the past 5 to 7 years, they've taken production from about 40,000 barrels a day to 240,000 barrels a day, essentially getting those facilities and that equipment up to standards that would be something that people in the room would be more accustomed to. Given the work we've done with Secretary Wright and Secretary Burgum and even Secretary Bessent, I think we have a path forward here very shortly to be able to increase our liftings from those joint ventures 100%, essentially effective immediately. We are also able to increase our production within our own disciplined investment schemes by about 50% just in the next 18 to 24 months, and that's just leveraging what's on the ground. So to Secretary Rubio's comments about phase 1, this is taking the momentum of improvements we've already made there locally and building on those and creating more momentum for the people of Venezuela.
Do you think you have an advantage being there? You've been there by the skin of your teeth. It's been tough for you to be there. But do you think you have an advantage over the other people in this room by the fact that you are there?
Yeah, I think there are, Mr. President, I think there would be days where it didn't feel like an advantage, and there are days where it does feel like an advantage. But having people on the ground today that care desperately about the people of Venezuela and know how to operate the assets that are there, is a definite advantage today.
Would you say the best locations are available, or would you say the best locations are already sort of worked, even though they're in very bad shape? The best locations for finding oil, the best locations for oil?
There are more opportunities than not, Mr. President. With 300 billion barrels of reserves and resources in country, there are lots of opportunities for many companies.
Will you be building new, or will you be using the old infrastructure that you have?
Yeah, today it's a little bit of a mix, but today it's mostly us taking the equipment of today, getting it to the standards that we are accustomed to. To your comments about making it how it should be today, most of the investments that we've been making are about getting it up to our standards.
Well, I think you're going to make an investment, but you're going to get your money back very quickly, and that's part of our thing. We're going to have you get your money back fast, and then you'll give a lot to Venezuela and to the United States after that. Okay, so you'll be in good shape. Could I ask Harold Hamm to say a few words? He's been a friend of mine for a long time. Very amazing man, actually, amazing energy person.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It's good to be here with so many dignified people. And this effort particularly, and thank you for your effort for what you've done here, taking this despot out of that area. And the world dealt with him way too long. Certainly our industry knows that this is a real jewel that can be developed for the people of Venezuela and also benefit the world. And like Secretary Wright said, it has not been done. That's not been done in the past, and they had a good chance at it. Brought someone in that totally took it down, as everybody knows here, and that was Chavez, and we know what happened to him finally. But that ruined the industry in Venezuela, and all of us know how that happened, ended very well, very, very wrongly. So anyway, we're glad to see what's happened here, and look forward for the opportunity for a lot of people in this room, but also for America and the country itself.
Are you going to be involved in going in? Because, he's in North Dakota and he's in Oklahoma and some incredible places. It's a little bit different, but there's no doubt about you won't have to worry about the straw too much here. You can just go at it. Are you going to be one of the participants?
Well, certainly, I'm an oil finder, like you said. Barry Switzer, told that story.
The coach.
And he's kind of exaggerated a little bit. It doesn't come out quite that easily usually. But anyway, great story. I love it. But I love Barry.
Barry's the one that told me this.
Yeah, he's a champion, in a lot of ways. So love that story. Certainly, it excites me as an explorationist. Everybody has that in their blood, and it is a very exciting country and a lot of reserves. And so it's got its challenges, and the industry knows how to handle that. And like Darren said, you go into your eyes open and do the best you can with the team you got. So
well, you're going to have
you.
something that they never had really here is tremendous security. You're going to be very secure, very safe, physically safe, in addition to financially safe. So it's good to see you, Harold. Thank you very much. Does anybody have anything to say before we get to the press?
What does Cuba have to do to avoid the same fate as Venezuela? What does Cuba have to
Well, Cuba's in bad shape. Cuba relied on Venezuela for oil and for money. And nobody really knows what's going to happen with Cuba. They're doing very poorly. They're really third world all the way. And we have a lot of great Cuban Americans. And I would say Marco fits very solidly into that category. And I might ask you to say a few words about, we were discussing it before, Cuba is a very different, they don't have energy, they don't have oil, but they would live off of the oil from Venezuela. And what they do have is very strong people and very powerful people militarily, and they would protect the people running Venezuela, and they would take in a lot of money from Venezuela. Now they don't have that. They won't be taking in any money. So, Marco, what do you think?
Well, the fundamental problem in Cuba is that it's run by incompetent people that don't know what an economy looks like, much less a functioning one. They've made a choice, and that is they would rather have political control over their people than they would to have an economy that functions. And they've gotten away with it for 60-something years because they've had donors, the Soviet Union, and now most recently Venezuela. But that's now gone. So the people in control in Cuba have a choice to make. They can either have a real country with a real economy where their people can prosper, or they can continue with their failing dictatorship that's going to lead to systemic and societal collapse. So it's a very stark and dramatic choice, and it's one we hope to make the right one. We don't have an interest in a destabilized Cuba, but that would be their fault because they refuse to allow the people of Cuba to have either economic or political freedom, for that matter.
And you have a lot of people in this country that want to go back to Cuba and help Cuba. A lot of people have left, they came in penniless, they didn't have anything, and they've become very rich people in our country, and they want to very much go back and help Cuba. So that's something that Cuba has that a lot of other places don't have. Peter?
President Trump, thank you. I do want to ask you about Minnesota, but first, just more on topic. President Zelensky said that he was watching with the rest of the world as you made this order to go and capture Nicolas Maduro. And he said, if that's how it works with dictators, then the United States knows what to do next. Sounds like he wants you to go and capture Vladimir Putin. Would you ever order a mission to go and capture Vladimir Putin?
Well, I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think we're going to have I've always had a great relationship with him. I'm very disappointed. I settled 8 wars. I thought this would be in the middle of the pack or maybe one of the easier ones. And I don't know if you know, Peter, the last month, they lost 31,000 people, many of them Russian soldiers, and the Russian economy is doing poorly. I think we're going to end up getting it settled. I wish we could have done it quicker because a lot of people are dying, and mostly soldiers. You know, they get hit in Kiev and they get hit a little bit here and there, and people are dying there too. But largely, it's the soldier population. When you have 30,000, 31,000 soldiers dying in a period of a month, 27,000 the month before, 26,000 the month before that, that's bad stuff. So, as you know, President Biden gave $350 billion to Ukraine to fight, and we would never get that back, although I did make a rare earth deal to get it back, so we will be getting it back, but shouldn't have done that. It was a bad thing to do. I will say that right now, because I was able to get NATO to up GDP from 2% to 5%, NATO's got a lot of money, and they're paying for everything. We're not losing any money. We're making a lot of money, I guess, if you think of it, because we're selling them military equipment. They're probably giving it to Ukraine. But we're selling them to NATO military equipment. We're getting full price and all of that. But that's not a big deal to me. What is a big deal is stopping a war where 30,000 people are being killed every single month.
On Minnesota, the vice president yesterday suggested that Renee Good, who was killed by this ICE officer, was part of a broad left-wing network. What has your team told you about this broad left-wing network? Who is in charge of it? Who's part of it? What's it called?
Well, I haven't seen the vice president's statement, but he's generally very accurate. I hate to say, look, I watched that yesterday, and there are a lot of different forms to it. But there was a woman screaming, "Shame, shame, shame, shame." She was a agitator, probably a paid agitator, but in my opinion, she was an agitator, a very high-level agitator, so professional. She wouldn't stop screaming. I said, this isn't a normal situation. This is a professional troublemaker, because you heard it and I had it. Now, I will say this. The news sort of turned her down, turned her off, because you're trying to watch. She was so loud and so crazy and just not normal. When somebody sees something like that, they don't go screaming and the same words. So I guess you could say professional, but I didn't think she did a very good job. You have agitators, and we will always be protecting ICE, and we're always going to be protecting our Border Patrol and our law enforcement. Yeah.
In your conversations with these oil executives today, did you provide any security guarantees so that they can do their work safely in Venezuela? Yeah. And separately, Mr. President,
they will have those guarantees, yes.
And separately, Mr. President, I'm curious in terms of the future of Venezuela. Do you see Venezuela, now led by Delcy Rodriguez, as an ally of the U.S.? Is that the way that you view that country right now?
Well, right now they seem to be an ally, and I think it'll continue to be an ally, and we don't want to have Russia there. We don't want to have China there. And by the way, we don't want Russia or China going to Greenland, which if we don't take Greenland, you're going to have Russia or China as your next door neighbor. That's not going to happen. The white?
Mr. President, thank you. You just said that these companies would have security guarantees if they go in on the ground in Venezuela.
They will have.
And what is your plan there actually for these companies and those Americans who are going to be on the ground working for these companies?
Well, there are going to be Americans. I assume they're going to be using a lot of Americans, but they're going to be using a lot of people from Venezuela and other places, I would imagine. But I would think that mostly they'll be using Venezuelan workers. They have a lot of great workers. They have a very high unemployment rate, and they have workers that are very familiar with taking oil out of the ground. Yeah.
How long do you think the Ayatollah will be in power after what we've seen play out on the ground there? When is the U.S. going to get involved now that reports of protesters being killed on the ground?
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it. We're watching it very closely. Go ahead, please. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Do you have any comments in reaction to the recent attacks by the Syrian government alignment groups against US-backed Kurdish forces in Aleppo, Syria, which killed dozens of civilians and displacing many families? Does your administration bring peace between the Kurds and the Syrian government?
I want to see peace, yes, I do. The Kurds and the Syrian government, we get along with both, as you know very well. They have been natural enemies over the years, but we get along both, and we want to see Syria succeed. And so far, I think they are succeeding, but this is just breaking out, and we want to see that stopped. Go ahead, please.
Colombia, Gustavo Petro, in a few weeks. Do you hope this meeting with Gustavo Petro marks a new chapter, a new beginning in the benefit of the U.S. and Colombia relations?
What country?
Colombia, with the president of Colombia, Gustavo Petro, your
I had
meeting.
a very good talk with him yesterday, and he's been very hostile to us and to the nation and to me, called me a dictator and lots of other things. Called Biden some terrible names, far worse than he called me. But he called yesterday through people, and he wants to meet, and that's fine with me. I've made up with people also, you know. So we're going to have a meeting with him. We had a very good conversation. The people of Colombia are incredible people. Marco would know that better than anybody because he's married to a woman from Colombia. And I don't mean Columbia University. That would be, I'm not sure. I think I like Colombia, the country, better, if you want to know the truth. The people are, hold it. The people are great people. I look forward to meeting with them. We're going to meet in the very near future.
President of Venezuela here in the White House. Would you greet her to discuss the fate of the oil?
Yeah, well, I'm going to meet a lot of people, and we're going to meet, you know, we meet a lot of people. When you end 8 wars, you get to know a lot of people, and I think it's very important. As an example, we have over $18 trillion, think of that, $18 trillion coming into our country. A lot of that's coming in from foreign countries like Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE and others. And I get to meet a lot of people, but I will be meeting with various representatives of Venezuela, probably pretty soon. We haven't set that up. But the relationship that we have with the people that are currently running Venezuela is very good. We also have a young lady that received the Nobel Peace Prize. She's going to come in and pay her regards to our country, really, to me, but you know, I'm a representative of the country, nothing else. And she's coming in sometime next week, I think Tuesday or Wednesday, and we'll see how that is. But no, we're dealing with the people from Venezuela. We're dealing with them very well. I think they've been very smart in the way they've dealt with us, frankly, because that whole place could have been obliterated with one more strike, and we didn't want to do that.
Venezuela and your meeting with Machado next week, if she gives you her Nobel Peace Prize, will that change your view about her running that country?
Well, I have to speak to her. I mean, I'm going to have to speak to her. She might be involved in some aspect of it. I will have to speak to her. I think it's very nice that she wants to come in, and that's what I understand the reason is, because Norway is very embarrassed by what took place. I mean, they're getting decimated. Look, whether people like Trump or don't like Trump, I settled 8 wars, big ones, some going on for 36 years, 32 years, 31 years, 28 years, 25 years, some just getting ready to start, like India and Pakistan, where already 8 jets were shot out of the air, and I got it done in rapid order without nuclear weapons. I can't think of anybody in history that should get the Nobel Prize more than me, and I don't want to be bragging, but nobody else settled wars. Obama got the Nobel Prize. He had no idea why. He still has no idea. He walks around and he says, I got the Nobel Prize. Why did he get a Nobel Prize? He got it almost immediately upon attaining office, and he didn't do anything, and he was a bad president. So, I mean, you should get the Nobel Prize for every war you stopped. These were major wars. These were wars that nobody thought could be stopped. President Putin called me, and he said about 2 of the wars that he's been trying to stop them for 10 years. He wasn't able to do it. He couldn't believe it. So in theory, you should get the Nobel Prize for every war you stopped. Every one of them was major. But I don't care about that. What I care about is saving lives. I've saved tens of millions of lives. You know, the Prime Minister of Pakistan came here, and he made a very public statement. He said that President Trump saved minimum 10 million lives having to do with Pakistan and India, and that was going to be raging. So, you know, but I'm honored that she's coming here. I look forward to meeting her, yes. Go ahead.
The state officials there have said that the FBI is not sharing evidence with them. Typically, they would conduct a joint investigation, as you know. Do you believe that the FBI should be sharing evidence with state officials in Minnesota?
Well, normally I would, but they're crooked officials. I mean, Minneapolis and Minnesota, what a beautiful place, but it's being destroyed. It's got an incompetent governor, fool. I mean, he's a stupid person. And it looks like the number could be $19 billion stolen from a lot of people, but largely people from Somalia. They buy their vote. They vote in a group. They buy their vote. They sell more Mercedes-Benzes in that area than almost. Can you imagine? You come over with no money, and then shortly thereafter you're driving a Mercedes-Benz. The whole thing is ridiculous. So they're very corrupt people. It's a very corrupt state. I feel that I won Minnesota. I think I won it all 3 times. Nobody's won it since Richard Nixon won it many, many years ago. I won it all 3 times, in my opinion, and it's a corrupt state, a corrupt voting state, and the Republicans ought to get smart and demand on voter ID. They ought to demand maybe same-day voting and all of the other things that you have to have a safe election. But I won Minnesota 3 times, and I didn't get credit for it. I did so well in that state every time. The people were crying every time after. That's a crooked state. California is a crooked state. Many crooked states. We have a very, very dishonest voting system. The last time I won, 24, the one that just took place, I won because it was too big to rig. You couldn't rig it. It was too big. But I won the state of Minnesota. It's a corrupt voting system with an incompetent governor, a very incompetent governor. And by the way, he's a very corrupt governor, too. Go ahead.
I have a question on Iran, but first, very quickly on Venezuela. How do you provide total security guarantees to these companies without putting U.S. boots on the ground?
Well, we're going to work with the Venezuelan leaders and people, and we're going to have a very safe group, and they're going to also bring over some security with them. You know, these are not babies. These are people that drill oil in some pretty rough places. I could say a couple of those places make Venezuela look like a picnic. These people around the table, these are tough people. They go into areas that you wouldn't want to go. They go into areas that if they invited me, I'd say, no thanks, I'll see you back in Palm Beach. No, this is a tough group of people. They know how to do it. But we are, in addition to that, we'll have very good security for them. We're going to make sure that it's very, very good security. And I think the people of Venezuela are going to give you very good security. You know, the people... Now, I'm not talking even leadership. The people of Venezuela are going wild over this. They named a street after President Trump. What do? You attack a country and they name a street? That's never happened before. Although I heard that's also taking place in Iran. They named a street. The protesters. I just hope, you know, just God bless them. I just hope the protesters in Iran are going to be safe, because that's a very dangerous place right now. And again, I tell the Iranian leaders, you better not start shooting, because we'll start shooting too. With your glasses, sir, go ahead, please. Hold it. Next to you. Yes, glasses. The gentleman with the glasses.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
With those very big glasses, actually.
Yeah, Ferrari, actually. Mr. President, I have 2 questions. What do you want the European Union to do in Ukraine? The European leaders seem pretty divided on Ukraine. And then, if you can reiterate this straight message that you have to the Iranian leader, to Khomeini, the message that you have.
You're talking about Iran?
Iran, yeah.
What
the
do
first
I want
one is on
Iran
Europe.
to do?
I'm sorry?
Where are you from?
Italy.
Oh, nice place.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first question
So
is
what
on
are you
Europe.
asking about Iran for?
Well, if you can answer about Europe and what you think the Europeans should do on Ukraine, and then a message.
Well, look, Europe has been doing so much for Ukraine, but it hasn't been enough. And obviously that I would say that President Putin is not afraid of Europe. He's afraid of the United States of America, as led by me. there's no fear of Europe. You know, Europe's fallen behind, and Europe, and JD said it very strongly. I don't know, he took a lot of heat, but I didn't give him any heat. Europe is a different place. Europe is changing. Europe has got to get its act together. I love Europe. I guess I came from Europe, essentially. I have my roots are in Europe, but Europe is a different place. They have to get their act together. Now they have a great NATO leader, and they've gone up to 5% from 2% GDP. That's a big step. But they have to be very careful with their immigration policy, and they have to be very, because, you know, I will just say, to be nice, that there are certain places in Europe that are very important that are no longer recognizable. I'm being very nice. I'm being very diplomatic when I say that. They are not recognizable. And they have to be careful on energy because they're putting windmills all over the place and losing a fortune. They're destroying their country. They're destroying the beautiful landscapes, the beautiful everything. They're doing, and by the way, in case you people don't know,
Does it ask? Just moves along its path. Flip right again. First line leading through the gray, light not fully gone away, drum still holding to its pace, filling up the empty space. No big change to understand, just the feel beneath your hand. Every moment passing by without asking why. Maybe nothing needs to stay. Maybe it just slips away. Still we let it run till it's gone. Let it circle, don't hold it tight. Let it fade into that night. Ooh, what keeps turning? Does it end? Just moves along its path. Freight cars sleeping in a long row, paint scratched down the steel. Tall lamps humming through the yard, spilling yellow on the wheels. A whistle cutting through the distance, thin across the air. Chain shifting on the loading dock like someone moving there. Cold rail stretching through the darkness, running past the town. Every mile a silent track keeps the engines bound. Hear that freight yard whistle sliding through the night. Long steel shadows start to move under sodium light. A clipboard resting on a barrel, pages lifting in the wind. Bootsteps fading near the office, then returning once again. Signal blinking over switches, red to green and gone. Every cargo line of metal waiting to be drawn. Heavy couplers knocking slowly, iron answering back. Another silent midnight rolling down a track. Hear the freight yard whistle sliding through the night. Long steel shadows start to move under sodium light.
engines reeling out the cold with a patient sound. The whistle fading toward the valley, cars beginning to alight. Every mile of waiting still, finally in line. Finally in line. First train golden from the switches, slow against the gray. Another quiet yard shift, starting up the day. Hear that freight yard whistle, stalking through the night. Long steel shadows start to move under sodium light. Bleeds on a denim chair, coffee breath in the hallway air, baseline bumps from a second floor. I lean on steps I've climbed before, vinyl skips where your name once played, ashtray full but the scent still stayed. Keys in bow with a static clean. I'm moving turn, but I don't sing. I hear a voice in motion blur, just a shape, no longer sure. Wrapped in tones, the rhythm keeps. Dream to you in shallow sleep. You come back like a corduroy signal, soft and late, just barely visible. Through the grove, your echo lingers, out of reach, but on my fingers. Curtain sways with a heater's breath, muted chord hums occur to death. Spoken chords I still repeat, though meaning things with every beat. Shaker taps on a countertop, I'm moving rhythm but never stop. Mirror fogged in a perfect loop, where I forget and then regroup. I hear a voice in motion blur, just a shirt, no wrong was sure. Wrapped in tones, the rhythm keeps. Dream to you in shallow sleep. You come back like a cold reverse signal, soft and late, just barely visible. Through the grove, your echo lingers, out of reach, but on my finger. Stairwell clicks like a clothing bow. I forget the then, just feel the now. Your shoes uncrushed by the second night. I've traced the shape, love won't go back. The time you snapped on the kitchen tile, I hum your name in a faded file. My voice comes soft through the reverb dust. Not enough weight to carry trust. I hear your voice
voice in motion blurred, just a shape no longer sure. Wrapped in tones, the rhythm keeps. Dream to you in shadow sleep. You come back a corduroy signal. Soft and late, just barely visible. Through the cold, your echo lingers. Out of reach, but on my finger. Lightning strong in the window pane. I'm out the name in the metro rain. Steam on grass in an open shape. Your breath escapes, mine won't escape. Tile floor, cool like a battle sleeve. I'll let you in and let you leave. Falsetto cracks in an older thing. Scale through school for a proper and I hear your voice in motion blurred. Just a shake no longer sure. Wrapped in cones, the rhythm keeps. Dream to you in shallow sleep. You come back like a portable signal. So still late, just barely visible. Through the room, your echo lingers. Out of reach, but on my finger. Kalimba patterns blinking softly. Talking drum masses and slow conversation. Muted bass loops like distant wheels rolling. I ride the late train under dim sodium halos. Old stations hum like tide machinery. Your photograph lives inside my jacket lining. A quiet passenger nobody sees. Bermuda guitar ticks like patient seconds. Dusk in the rhythm, warm and low. City windows drift past slowly. Each one holding a story I used to know. Kalimba counting tiny constellations. Talking drum murmurs under steel. Something in the moving darkness still remembers how we feel. Midnight turnstile turning slow. Coins of memory fall below. Keep the rhythm, don't let go. Midnight turnstile turning slow. Oh, grooves on their quiet shoes. Tracks that only nighttime chooses. Round and round the same old show. Midnight turnstile turning slow. Jamba ghosts under blasting street lamps, soft like footsteps after midnight rain. The bass keeps looping patient circles like an old friend saying your name. Your laughter lives in time and details. Seat number, station signs. Time moves forward like a patient river. What the groove bends back same time. Stay in the rhythm, stay in the turning. Talking drum whispers, kalimba keeps burning. Round and round, quiet and low. Midnight turnstile turning slow.
talking drum, breathing soft and low. Turn it slowly. Don't stop the motion. Pawn shop window catching dust of daylight. Old watches ticking on display. The guitar leaning by the counter, price tags turning in the fan. Boot heels resting on the floorboards, low talk drifting through the room. Someone weighing quiet memories. The groove hangs in the air. Hands tapping light on the glass, heads not small to the beat. Little rhythm in the weight and nothing pushing the time. Slide that old deal down the line. Let the numbers move. Clap once sharp on the backbeat groove. Slow trade in the groove. Slow trade in the groove. Silver chains resting in velvet trays. Radio stacked by the wall. An old camera catching reflections. Loose talk near the scale. Coin shifting in a drawer. A jacket hanging on a hook. Every object holds a rhythm, waiting for a hand. Fingers drumming on the counter. Heads leaning with the groove. Little rhythm in the bargain. Nothing louder than needed. Slide that old deal down the line. Let the numbers move. Cut once sharp on the backbeat groove. Slow trade in the groove. Slow trade, slow trade in the groove. Hey. Evening shadows cross the window. Street lamps flicker outside. The final customer counting coins. Doorbell rings once more. The shopkeeper closes the ledger. Lights dim across the room. Every corner keeps a rhythm till morning comes again. All things settle back again. Turn it hand to hand. Every story finds a moment in the quiet brew. Slide that old deal down my line. Let the numbers move. Clap once sharp on the backbeat groove. Slide straight in the groove. Yeah. So trade in the groove. Cool night leaning on the avenue. Your loose steps carving through the view. Jacket hanging off one side. So confidence in the stride. People talking low and quick. Eyes that measure every trait. Small grin passing through the air, style moving everywhere. No loud claim, no display, just the rhythm in the way. Little pause before the turn, watch the whole block learn. Midnight handshake, clean and slow, slide once, let it free. Midnight handshake, sharp and cool, play it smooth, break the rules. Drift past the light, shadow shifting left and right. Someone laughs across the lane, an energy without a name. Loose talk floating through the street, every notion slightly sweet. Nobody asking for a crown, still the groove goes down. Hold the line, take the space, easy rhythm in the pace. Half turn, slight delay, that's the way. And slow, I once let it flow. Night handshake, sharp and cool, play it smooth, break the rules. Footsteps walking, quiet signs, little shifts between the lines. No big talk, no parade, just a pocket nicely made. Lean back, tip the hair, let the feeling spread. 3 small moves and glide, confidence inside. Short pause, then release, let the moment breathe. Every turn precise is called. Midnight handshake, clean and slow, high thoughts, let it flow. Handshake, sharp and cool, play it smooth, break the rules. Stay like a pulse, I stop counting, still repeating under breath. Every time I tried to quiet it, it adjusted to my steps. Your voice was barely a direction, more like pressure in a line. I followed just to realize it never stayed in time. There's a pattern in the distance that refuses to align. Every time I think I catch it, it redraws a different line. You remain like a thin post trace, running through what I became. Not enough to take control, still enough to shift the frame. Every thought moves slightly off, even when I hold it straight. Like a signal just miswritten, always slightly out of place. Like something nearly stable, but it never held its form. Like a balance always tilting, still pretending to be known. Time moves forward without asking, but you settle in between. Like a mark I never noticed, still affecting everything. There's a shift I can't ignore now, even when I let it pass. Every step I take around it feels connected to the last. You remain like a faint post trace, never gone and never clear. Not enough to bring you back, still too present not to hear. Every feeling leans a fraction toward a place I can't define. Like a line that keeps on drifting just outside of every line. Outside of every line. swallow what it means now, or decide what it became. Some things never ask for answers, some don't need a man. You're not something I can measure, not a loss I understand, just a trace that keeps on running through the structure of my hands. Quiet in the movement that I never chose to keep. Still it settles in the rhythm of the way I think and breathe. Oh, you remain like a dead post trace, even now without a frame. Not enough to disappear, still too present to erase. Every ending leaves emotion, even after it is done, like a line that keeps on shifting, even when it's over. That's over.
I saw your shadow leaning on the bus stop rail. Old radio murmuring through an open window. Street trees whisper slow above the pavement lines. Coffee steam twisting like quiet conversation. Your shoes tapping time on the cracked asphalt. Morning buses sigh like tired brass horns. Someone laughs 2 blocks away, fading gently. The day opens slow, like a worn photograph. We were younger than the traffic sound, talking long where the avenue bends. Nothing rushed, nothing explained, just rhythm between old friends. Take that gravel Sunday walk again. Let the bass line guide our steps. Soft and low, every mile remembers us. Barber chair turning by the corner glass. Domino clacks drifting from the park bench. Wind flips pages of a street flyer board. Someone humming half a gospel phrase. Your coat brushing past a painted doorway. Train wheels humming far beneath the ground. We kept moving with the lazy groove, like a record spinning slow and round. Years slide quiet through the lanes, still that rhythm finds our feet. Time pretends to move ahead, but the groove repeats. Take that gravel Sunday walk again. Let the bass line guide our steps. Seated, breathing soft and low. Every mile remembers us. Gray hair blowing under diner lights, vinyl crackle drifting from a doorway. Slow smile straighter without a word. Evening settling into the blocks. Your laughter soft like worn out brass. Street lamps flicker in patient rows. We keep pacing through the years. Same old rhythm in our phone. No parade, no grand display, just the road beneath our shoes. All the decades folded small inside the groove. Take that gravel Sunday
Let the bass line guide our steps. Set it breathing soft and low. Every mile remember low bass walking through the dark, street lights sliding on the floor, loose collar quiet breathing, doorways drifting by once more, shoulders moving to the pocket, not a word has to be said, rhythm pulling every step like a wire through my chest. Small pulse under the skin, slow heat settling in, everybody locking tight, holding up the night. Night current pulling me, soft electricity, lean into the groove, let the body move. Let the body move. Baseline bends around the corner, footsteps fall between the drums. Air is thick with quiet motion, every passing shadow hums. No big story in the moment, just the pressure of the beat. Tiny shifts of weight and balance, rolling steady through the street. Small pulse, slow heat settling in, every day holding up the night. Night current pulling me, soft electricity, lean into the groove, let the body move. Breath drifting with the tempo, eyes half closed and then roll. Nothing pressure, stay on your toe. Target tall, fix the rhythm, shakers dancing left and right. Every step lands perfectly inside the moving night. Small pulse under the skin.
shirt. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
How are you? Good to see you. We have a packed house, and I have two very special guests with me today. I will start with some scheduling announcements. Tomorrow afternoon, President Trump will travel to Las Vegas, Nevada to hold a roundtable and deliver remarks on the working families tax cuts. On Friday, President Trump will travel to Phoenix, Arizona to deliver remarks at a Turning Point USA event at Dream City Church. And I'm really honored to be standing here today on Tax Day with two esteemed members of the President's cabinet and his excellent economic team, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler. As we have seen this tax season, President Trump's working families tax cuts have put a historic amount of money back into the pockets of the American people this year. On the campaign trail in 2024, President Trump looked voters in the eye and promised them he would sign the largest tax cuts in the history of our country. And on Independence Day last year, President Trump and congressional Republicans delivered, passing the largest tax cut in history for working and middle-class Americans, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. They also passed unprecedented tax relief for small businesses, farmers, workers, and families. With Tax Day officially here, the numbers prove these tax cuts have been nothing short of extraordinary. More than 53 million filers claimed at least one of President Trump's signature new tax cuts. The average refund this filing season is more than $3,400. The Trump administration has issued more refunds and larger refunds than in any year of the history of our country. And I will allow Secretary Bessent to break down the numbers in greater detail. President Trump and Republicans in Congress have always believed that the American people know how to spend their money better than the government does. But what the American people must not forget is that every single Democrat in Congress voted against these tax refunds. The media has largely omitted this fact and other critical details in their stories covering the benefits of the Trump tax cuts. If the Democrats in Congress had gotten their way and blocked President Trump's historic legislation, Americans would have faced the largest tax hike in history, nearly $4 trillion. The average taxpayer would have seen a 22% increase in their tax rates. Democrats in Congress have proven over and over again that they are the affordability frauds who believe the government should keep more of the American people's hard-earned money. This president and Republicans in Congress fundamentally believe that Americans deserve to keep more of their hard-earned paychecks. It's a clear contrast for American families to keep in mind. So with that, I will turn it over to our great Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and then he will turn it over to Kelly. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Caroline. I'm here to tell you that it has been a fantastic tax season. It has gone smoothly. It has gone efficiently from the point of view of the IRS, but most importantly, it's been a great tax season for the American people. Thanks to promises made, promises kept, through the working families tax cuts, the president has delivered the record refunds to the American people. More than 45% of the filers of the returns that we have seen have had at least one of the four president's signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, the deductions for our great seniors, and the deductibility of interest on auto loans for American-made cars. And I will tell you that the biggest, one of those that Americans have taken is no tax on overtime. And it's the American way. If you want to work longer hours, you get to keep more of your money. And with that, we are seeing, I want to encourage everyone out there watching today to change their withholding if they haven't already done so. Because if you change your withholding, then you will get an automatic real wage increase on a weekly or a monthly basis, and you will be able to keep more of your money this calendar year. So with that, we have also seen with the Trump accounts, we have had 5 million families file for Trump accounts for their children. 1.2 million of those are eligible for the $1,000 seed bonus. So we look forward to that picking up more and more. For those of you who haven't done it, it's easy to remember, Form 4547. You can do it while you're filing your taxes. You can do it at any point during the year. We think this is going to be transformational in terms of financial literacy. This is Financial Literacy Month, and at Treasury and all over the administration, we are working with the American people, with American families, not only to give them more of their money, but to show them how to invest it in a safe, smart, and sound way. So with that, I will turn it over to Kelly.
Great. Thank you, Scott, and good afternoon, everyone. Excited to be here on Tax Day, important day for small business because small business and their employees have real relief thanks to President Trump's working family tax cuts. As Administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration, it is my great honor to serve our great president as the cabinet-level voice for America's 36 million small businesses. President Trump is right. Small business is big business. Indeed, they are a massive economic engine that creates 2/3 of all new jobs. They represent 99% of all businesses, and they drive about half of our GDP. The working family tax cuts are putting money back into the pockets of the hardest working Americans. That's why small business and their employees are benefiting the most. President Trump and congressional Republicans have saved Americans from a $4 trillion tax hike, including a staggering 20% tax increase on working families. It would have destroyed millions of jobs. Now, I've traveled the country from Maine to Alaska, and not a single worker, not a single small business asked to pay $1 more in taxes, yet every single congressional Democrat voted to raise taxes, not just on small businesses, on our workers, on our seniors, on hardworking families. Thankfully, Republicans united behind common sense policy of letting Americans, not Washington bureaucrats or fraudsters, keep more of what they earn. Now, so far, as you've just heard, 12 million small businesses have an average tax saving of $7,000. The 20% small business pass-through deduction is now permanent, offering them certainty to plan for the future and the rocket fuel to create 1 million new jobs. Eric Williams at Prince Manufacturing in rural Georgia, he specializes in fabrication and machining. This year, he's reinvesting his tax savings to hire 500 new employees. The provisions for 100% expensing of equipment, expansion, and R&D are also growing production to help us reclaim industrial dominance. At Blue Patriot Fab, which I visited this week in Omaha, the owners highlighted one of their newest buildings, and they call it the Big Beautiful Building because the tax cuts helped them build it. Made in America is back, and that's why the America worker is winning too. No tax on tips and overtime means that millions of employees are now rewarded, not punished, for working more. And it's already benefited, as you just heard, 31 million taxpayers. In Baltimore, John and Tony Minidakis are proud second-generation owners of Jimmy's Seafood. Now, with no tax on tips and overtime, their 200 employees know that coming into work means going home with more pay. And Wade, a CNC machinist that I met at Lehigh Valley Plastics in Pennsylvania, said he routinely takes on extra shifts, and now the tax cuts reward his extra effort. And the benefits aren't just for tax season. As you've heard, the Trump accounts are connecting young people from birth to the power of our free enterprise system. With 529 savings accounts and Workforce Pell for trade schools, we're now training the next generation of skilled workers to fill millions of open jobs at small businesses. So in closing, America is open for business again. Yet every Democrat voted no on the very tax relief that is restoring Main Street, that is putting more money back into the pockets of hardworking families. Small businesses are rebounding from years of Biden inflation, decades of unfair trade, and massive regulatory overreach. But thanks to President Trump's tax cuts, they now talk about expansion, hiring plans, and generational opportunity. This is America First in action. Lower taxes, rising wages, and a thriving Main Street. Now millions of Americans are getting their largest tax refund ever, and Main Street is getting historic tax relief to keep the American dream alive. Thank you.
Good. And before we take questions, I want to provide some numbers for you all. So tax day statistics as of April 12th, Over 53 million filers, nearly 45% claimed one of President Trump's signature tax cuts. The average tax cut for filers benefiting from one of President's new tax cuts is over $800. Over 6 million filers have claimed no tax on tips, with an average deduction of $7,100. Over 25 million filers have claimed no tax on overtime, with an average deduction of $3,100. Over 30 million seniors have claimed the enhanced deduction for seniors, with an average deduction of $7,500. And over 1 million filers have claimed no tax on car loan interest on American cars, for an average deduction of over $1,800. The average refund this filing season is over $3,400. Over 34 million families have claimed Republicans' enhanced child tax credit, which is permanently doubled and expanded by the working families tax cuts. Over 105 million filers have claimed the permanently doubled standard deduction, simplifying tax filing for millions across America. So as much as people do not like to pay their taxes, and we saw a survey today that 70% of Americans still believe that they are overtaxed, this is a great day for the American people.
Thank you, Scott and Kelly. We'll now open it up to questions. You're welcome to ask me questions or either of the great cabinet officials next to me. And we'll start, as always, with our new media seat. Mr. Posobiec, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Bessent, if I may, there's been this media narrative out there that while we see the data on tax refunds, that it's not good enough, that the tax season has been too soft. What is your response to this media narrative regarding the tax refunds?
Look, it's been an incredible tax season. We have done more with less at the IRS, that we have moved over millions of taxpayers to digital tax accounts, and that leaves us able to service more taxpayers in person and on the phone. And as we can see, the economy was very strong. We are seeing growth across the board in all areas, and as Kelly said, small business, Main Street are really the big beneficiaries, and this is what they don't want you to hear. That Wall Street always done great. This administration is focused on parallel prosperity and bringing prosperity back to Main Street, and that starts with people keeping more of their money.
And one for Caroline, as well as the administration in general, if I may. This past Saturday, I published a video of now former Representative Eric Swalwell in bed, and the president's heading to Las Vegas. Well, Eric Swalwell was in Las Vegas in this video. I'm told, according to geotagging, this scandal has erupted now, accusers coming forward, many others coming forward, as well as questions regarding his extremely close relationship with Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego. And I want to know if the administration had any comment on the fact that Senator Gallego seemed to be very vocal about wanting the release of the Epstein files, and yet when questions come to his own involvement with Eric Swalwell, he doesn't seem to want to provide anything.
Yeah, look, I think the accusations and allegations against former Representative Swalwell are despicable and disgusting. I think it's also quite plausible, as you point out, Jack, that there were many other Democrats in this town on Capitol Hill who knew about his perhaps illegal behavior, certainly his disgusting and inappropriate behavior, and why were they silent for so long? I think those are questions that must be raised of these sitting representatives, including Mr. Gallego, and I hope that the journalists in this room will do their jobs, and the journalists on Capitol Hill will do their jobs to ask Democrats in power how they knew about such despicable behavior from one of their elected representatives for so long, but never said or did anything about it. So that's what we hope to see as far as the White House and the President is concerned. Thank you. Peter.
Thank you. I have one for you and then one for Secretary Bessent.
Sure.
For you, Caroline, there are now 10 American scientists who have either gone missing or died since mid-2024. They all reportedly had access to classified nuclear or aerospace material. Is anybody investigating this to see if these things are connected?
I've seen the report, Peter. I haven't spoken to our relevant agencies about it. I will certainly do that and we'll get you an answer. If true, of course, that's definitely something I think this government and administration would deem worth looking into. So let me do that for you.
Thank you. And Secretary Bessent, it doesn't sound like we're going to have $3 a gallon gas by summertime, which we had initially been told by the Energy Secretary. He now says that that it would be very aggressive if we're going to get to the $3 a gallon gas by the summer. So when are we really going to get $3 a gallon gas?
Well, I think that's going to be the up to how the negotiations go. President Trump said this morning that he thinks we're nearing the end. The U.S. kept their side on the ceasefire. We've stopped firing. The Straits of Hormuz have not been completely reopened, so we will see. And I'm optimistic that during the summer we will see gas with a 3 in front of it sooner rather than later. It's Bank Week here in D.C., so I've been meeting with a lot of my Middle Eastern counterparts, the finance ministers, and they all say that once the straits are open, they can start pumping again within 1 week.
So not by summer like Memorial Day, but maybe by Labor Day?
Again, I'm optimistic that sometime between June 20th and September 20th that we can have $3 gas again. And as I said this morning too, we are going to be watching the gas stations because they raise prices very quickly when when the crude oil prices went up. We hope they'll bring them down just as quickly as crude oil prices have come down, which they've come down substantially just in the past 10 days.
Great. Sure.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Can you give us an update on the president's thinking on the next attorney general? A lot of names have been going around, like Ron DeSantis, Rudy Giuliani, Ed Martin. They're being floated as contenders. What qualities is the president looking for in a new AG? And will there be accountability for what many have described as weaponization within Biden's office when he was the president?
Sure. Well, certainly ensuring that there's accountability for the weaponization of justice that took place under the Biden administration is a top priority for this president. With respect to names that are floated, there are always names floated in the press. Sometimes I have a chuckle when I read some of the reports about certain people floated for certain jobs. As far as the president is concerned right now, Todd Blanche remains the acting attorney general. The president feels he's doing a good job, and that's where it remains right now. I don't have any personnel updates for you today. Annie.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question for you and also for the Treasury Secretary. First of all, there was an interview that Dr. Mehmet Oz did recently where he described the president's views on his own diet. He said that he argued that diet soda is good for him because it kills grass. And if you pour it onto the grass, the grass is killed and it therefore must kill cancer cells. I'm wondering if you can, was this sort of an accurate description of how the president sees?
Look, as we all know in this room, I think you know the president has a very good sense of humor. It's one of his most underreported characteristics, I would say. I have heard him tell this joke before. I think the Wall Street Journal should get a better sense of humor.
And then another one for you. Has the president filed his taxes and is he going to release them publicly?
It's actually a very good question. I have not inquired with the president directly about his own taxes, but I'm happy to do so and we'll get you an answer on that.
Secretary Besson,
I have filed my taxes.
it's yours public. The president has publicly said that you are the reason that he has not fired Chairman Jay Powell. Will you make that case again to him, as he's recently said that he still wants to fire the chairman?
Look, I am confident that the process that we have laid out in terms of Kevin Warsh becoming the next Fed chair, he's going to have the hearing on the 21st of this month. He's a great candidate. We know that the Republicans on the Senate Senate Banking Committee are aligned in that, and I am very optimistic that Kevin Warsh will be the chair of the Fed on time, and that will be a moot question.
Stephen, go ahead.
Secretary Besson, you mentioned that the no tax on overtime is the biggest one that people are claiming. I think you said 25 million people. Have you seen evidence that more companies are offering overtime or that people are working more overtime and increasing their productivity? And the second question, the health insurance industry is advertising heavily in D.C., describing themselves as the good guys in the whole healthcare system. President Trump has threatened to haul in their executives and force them to lower prices. Can you provide any update on the administration's efforts there?
Okay, so I'll take the second one last because that's not my area. I don't wear a lot of hats here, but I am sure that the president makes his views known with corporate executives, and if that is true, then they will be hauled before him. And with overtime, as Kelly and I go out and talk to employers and workers around the country, they all want more overtime. And there was this narrative that I think over 2 million illegal aliens have either voluntarily deported or been deported, and that there would be a worker shortage. Well, what better way to fill that gap than with overtime for hard-working Americans and for them to keep more of it?
Yeah, I'll just add that a great example are the factories that we see coming back thanks to 100% Made in America expensing. Coosa Steel is a great example in Rome, Georgia, where the owner was down to running one shift 1 day a week. He's up to 2 or 3 shifts 5 or 6 days a week. So thanks to reindustrializing this nation through our small manufacturing base, which most manufacturers in America meet the small business definition, 98% of them, we're seeing more shifts taking place, more opportunities for overtime, and then more willingness of workers to take on overtime shifts, because in the past they were penalized by the tax system for taking on overtime.
Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thank you. With Mrs. Ford, Administrator Loeffler, you talked about how the One Big Beautiful Bill benefits small businesses. With small business optimism falling in March, is the administration planning on providing any additional tax relief or other resources to small businesses that have been affected by high fuel prices during their Iran operation?
Yeah, so one data point does not a trend make, and the long-term trend under President Trump has been for small business optimism to be above its 52-year average. Under Joe Biden, small business optimism fell below that average for 34 consecutive months because small business was being crushed by regulation, massive red tape, the threat of high taxes, and all the burdens of the Green New Deal. So right now, small businesses are really in growth mode. They're planning to hire, and the optimism is very strong. If you see in the NAM survey, National Association of Manufacturers came out, their optimism is up 5 points. So I think this is temporary, and we'll get back on trend.
What's the status of extending the Iran ceasefire, Caroline?
Yes, so I saw some reporting, again, bad reporting this morning, that we had formally requested an extension of the ceasefire. That is not true at this moment. We've remained very much engaged in these negotiations, in these talks. You heard from the Vice President directly and the President this week that these conversations are productive and ongoing, and that's where we are right now. I've also seen some reporting about the potentiality for in-person discussions again. Those discussions are being had, but nothing is official until you hear it from us here at the White House. But we feel good about the prospects of a deal. The President mentioned that in his interview yesterday, and it's obviously in the best interest of Iran to meet the President's demands. I think he's made his red lines in these negotiations very clear to the other side, and so we are continuing to see how these conversations go.
Would those talks be in Islamabad, or where would they be the next round?
They would very likely be in the same place as they were last time, yes. With the same, I would just want to make one point that's important to the President. The Pakistanis have been incredible mediators throughout this process, and we really appreciate their friendship and their efforts to bring this deal to a close. So they are the only mediator in this negotiation. While there have been many countries around the world who want to offer their help, the President feels it's important to continue to streamline this communication through the Pakistanis, and so that's what continues to take place. Will.
Thank you, Caroline. How much room do you see for additional sanctions being placed on Iran? And do you feel like the United States is getting enough support from allies on that front? There was a letter that went to Oman and some other allies that suggested maybe the sanctions weren't, this could be for Secretary Vest as well, but the sanctions basically weren't having the effect that the United States wanted.
I'll let the Treasury Secretary, who's in charge of sanctions, answer that question.
Yeah, I think that's not a correct characterization. Yesterday, we announced Operation Economic Fury, and we, for over a year, we have had maximum pressure on the Iranians, both on blocking payments into the Iranian state and going after the accounts of the IRGC. One of what may prove to be fatal mistakes that the Iranians made was bombing their GCC neighbors, and who are now willing to be much more transparent in terms of the funds, or do a deeper dive in investigating the funds that are held within their banking systems. So we have pushed out to them the request that we want to freeze more funds of the leadership of the IRGC and any members of Iranian leadership. The other thing that we have done is we have told countries that if you are buying Iranian oil, that if Iranian money is sitting in your banks, we are now willing to apply secondary sanctions, which is a very stern measure, and the Iranians should know that this is going to be the financial equivalent of what we saw in the kinetic activities.
Is this an example of expanding the war economically as opposed to militarily? Is this another phase of that?
Exactly.
Secretary, what was the coordination? Any update on the insurance program, the U.S. reinsurance program for ships and tankers sailing through the Strait of Hormuz? Any update on that, sir?
Well, it's now up to $40 billion. It's run through the DFC, and we are waiting for the ships to be able to get some semblance of normality, and then they can come to the DFC and our private sector partners and request the insurance.
And what do you tell private shipping companies out there right now nervous about this whole thing, saying, wondering if they should even get near the strait?
What's that?
What do you tell to encourage shipping companies to do business through the strait?
Well, I think we're going to have to wait and see when they are permanently open, because this is a mechanism. When we declare that it is safe, they also have to have insurance. Lloyd's of London had skyrocketing insurance during the time. The rates are still very high. So we want to provide, the U.S. government will make a profit on this, but we want to provide a more normalized level and an economically sound basis for ships to move in and out of the Gulf as they did before the start of the conflict.
Thanks, Caroline. I appreciate it. Thanks, Caroline. Yeah, thanks, Caroline. I appreciate it. So I want to cover two topics, if I could, the tax day, but also the confirmation. So the confirmation hearing set for next week for Kevin Warsh, but Senator Tom Tillis is still a no, and he's holding firm on that. How are you going to win over Senator Tillis to get this confirmation out of committee?
Well, I'm sure Senator Tillis wants to do the best thing for the Federal Reserve, for the American people. He has publicly said that Kevin Warsh is a great candidate for the chair. So let's get to the hearings and see where we are then.
I want to ask you about tax day, if I could. So the tax gains that you talked about through the One Big Beautiful Bill, is that going to offset the consternation from Americans, for lack of a better term, over the $4 gallon of gas?
Well, again, as I said, no one's ever objected to more money in their pocket. So the Americans have more money. They can decide how they want to spend it. And I did want to come back to the overtime question, because I was up in Westchester County last Friday, and I met with several of the first responders and police unions. And those, whether it's our great policemen, our firemen, our ambulance drivers, they all now want more overtime. And how great it is to have them to be able to be engaged and keep more of their money.
Thank you, Caroline. For both of you, perhaps, are President Trump's threats of a 50% tariff against China still on the table now, or is the letter exchange that we talked about now taking that off of the table?
Well, as you know, the president spoke about the letter with respect to he and the correspondence between he and President Xi. President Xi assured the president that they are not supplying Iran with weapons throughout this conflict, and that assurance was made to the president. It's obviously something the administration keeps close tabs on with respect to tariff. You have any update on that, Mr. Secretary?
I don't have an update on the tariffs, but I do have an update on sanctions. Iran is used to be the largest state sponsor of terrorism. China was purchasing more than 90% of their oil, which is about 8% of China's energy needs. We believe this blockade in the Straits, there will be a pause of Chinese buying, but I will tell you that 2 Chinese banks received letters from the U.S. Treasury. I'm not going to identify the banks, but we told them that if we can prove that there is Iranian money flowing through your accounts, then we are willing to put on secondary sanctions.
And are you,
Nick, go ahead. Thank you, Caroline. Go ahead, Nick.
Just a quick follow-up. So my question, sure. Are you considering any more sanctions relief, Mr. Secretary, for countries that are suffering right now in order to get more oil to your allies?
We will not be renewing the general license on Russian oil, and we will not be renewing the general license on Iranian oil. Because again, that was oil that was on the water prior to March 11th.
Right.
So all that has been used.
Nick, go ahead.
Treasury Secretary, as you both noted, 53 million Americans have used one of these new tax exemptions the president enacted. Can you speak to not only the relief that's bringing specifically working class Americans like waiters, bartenders, overtime workers, but also the impact this is going to have on the economy?
Well, a couple of things there is I can tell you, I think Kelly's very popular, but I think with service workers, I may be the most popular cabinet secretary in D.C. because when I show up, a doorman, the not so much bartenders, but waiters, waitresses, they all say thank you for no tax on tips. Again, I was in a diner up in Westchester County, and this is a home run. In terms of what's happening with these folks, and what we can't tell you yet, and we will be able to provide data at a later date, that 52 million is how many have used at least one of those. So we expect that there are probably multiple filers who have used at least more than one of those 4 signature things. And look, again, this is the America First, Americans, hardworking Americans keeping more of their money, just like with our small businesses. If we go back and look, when you hear the left talk about this was a tax cut for millionaires and billionaires, they wanted to raise the tax rate for everyone making more than $500,000. That is a small business killer.
I have one question for the Secretary and then the Administrator. Mr. Secretary, since we're on the topic of China a few minutes ago, we are a little over a year past Liberation Day, the tariffs. The goods trade deficit with China has dropped sharply. Are those gains sustainable, and are you worried about any retaliatory actions that could go against those gains?
I actually think we're going to be building on those gains in terms of the trade deficit dropping with China. Since last summer, there's been great stability in the relationship, and really the keystone to the relationship is the strong respect that the two leaders have between each other. My experience has been when the communication is at the top, then we follow that directive and those wishes. We had the meeting in Busan, Korea. In October, we will be having the state visit in Beijing, and so I expect great stability in the relationship, but that doesn't mean that our trade deficit can't continue dropping.
Go ahead. For the Administrator, I know that there are orders and shipments of factory equipment. They are at record highs. How many small businesses has the SBA assisted with loans and supports, with loans to support them?
Well, the SBA set an all-time lending record last year of $45 billion under President Trump, because small businesses now have access to the capital that they need to build in America. Again, we are becoming a nation of builders, and we see that on the ground, factories expanding. As a result, we have record PMI, which is Purchasing Managers Index, manufacturing expansion, 2 consecutive months in a row of export records. And so when you look at where our nation has come in terms of export-import imbalance, it's been unfair to the American worker and to American industry, and we're reshoring whole industries because of this tax bill.
Libby.
Libby, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
I have 2 questions for you. The first one is about Iran. The second one's actually about United Airlines that I want to ask you about. So on Iran, is there a timeline for how long this blockade is going to remain in place in the Strait of Hormuz by the United States that President Trump has voiced to you or that you've heard among officials?
Sure. I will never set timelines on behalf of the President of the United States, but with respect to the blockade, as you know, it has been fully implemented, and it's being enforced against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports. I want to make that point clear. I've seen some misreporting on that as well. This includes all Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. And our U.S. forces in the region are supporting the freedom of navigation for vessels that are transiting the strait to and from non-Iranian ports. So I know some some in the press were confused about that. We are supporting the freedom of navigation, just not with respect to any tanker or vessel that would benefit the economy of Iran as these negotiations continue.
So there was reports that the CEO of United proposed a merger with American Airlines. This would affect tens of millions of Americans. That was proposed in a meeting with President Trump. Was that a merger that he has voiced any kind of support of?
It's not anything that we have a position on or anything we're commenting on. I know it's an idea that has been proposed by private industry, but it's not something the President or the White House have an opinion on or are weighing in on at this time. John, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. This is for Secretary Bessent. On Monday of next week, importers can start requesting claims for tariff refunds. And my understanding is $127 billion eligible for refunds. What's that process look like? How can an importer request such a refund going forward?
That's not being run out of Treasury. We will just be the paymaster, so that's being run out of CPB. Yep.
And so explain that process. I understand you're not running it. How does that process actually work? If you're an importer, you paid these tariffs, the Supreme Court found that those tariffs were illegal. What's the process for them to get back that money?
Well, they would be in touch with the CPB, and I think the number you're quoting is so that's the amount who have already requested refunds. So they are already in the chute, and we'll see what the timeline is for that.
Will that affect the U.S. economy, all of those refunds coming out of the U.S. Treasury?
We'll have to see what comes out, and we'll have to see what the companies do with them. Just to be clear, thanks to the Supreme Court, some of this money is going back to China. So is that going to affect the U.S. economy? I don't know.
A question for Secretary Bessent.
Danny, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, you were quoted as saying in an interview earlier this week that it was worth a bit of economic pain for international security. Is that this administration's message to American voters with high gas prices that ahead of the midterms this year that it's worth the economic pain?
Well, the message is the short-term volatility for long-term gain.
And Danny, if I could add to that, the President's been very clear, again, as the Secretary just said, this is a short-term disruption for the long-term strategic goal of the United States to ensure that the world's leading state sponsor of terror cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. That's a good thing for the American people. That's a good thing for people all over the world. And as the President and his economic and energy team have repeatedly stated, as soon as the operation and now the negotiations with Iran conclude and the Strait is reopened, we do expect gas prices to decrease. And thank goodness we have a president and an administration that believes in American energy dominance in bringing down prices at the pump. Look at how gas prices decreased over the past year since this president was in office. It's a stark contrast to the previous administration and Democrats in this city who believe in hampering our domestic energy industry, who believe in importing our most precious resources, who believe in implementing policies that created the worst inflation crisis in history. So President Trump has built the greatest economy in the world before. He is doing it again. Of course, we have this short-term disruption, but again, it's for the long-term strategic goal of ensuring that these terrorists cannot possess a nuclear bomb. Jennifer.
For Secretary Bessent, on the Russian oil, I know the sanctions waivers have expired, but how much money did Russia benefit from that temporary sanctions rules? You initially said about $2 billion. Is that?
It could have been $2 billion. We don't know. But it's let's think of a different world where oil spiked to 150, and they would have made a lot more by doing that, by pushing the Russian barrels that were already on the water. They were going to be sold. They were going to China no matter what. We pushed them to our allies. We helped stabilize the oil price. And as you can see, there were doomsday scenarios. Oil's going to 150. It's going to 200. It's going to $250. West Texas crude for the front month delivery is about $92 or $93 now.
Thank you, everybody. I know we have two very busy cabinet secretaries with us here today. Before we do depart, just one final announcement. As you know, this year we celebrate America's 250th birthday. In honor of this historic occasion, President Trump and the Department of Interior will submit plans for the United States Triumphal Arch, which will be an architectural masterpiece to celebrate our history right here in Washington, D.C. This is a rendering of the Arch for you. Thank you, Peter. It's quite beautiful, as you can see, and this monumental arch will beam at 250 feet tall in honor of 250 years and stand on ground that is currently empty green space in Memorial Circle on Columbia Island, a man-made island in the Potomac River managed by the National Park Service. The United States Triumphal Arch will be outfitted with beautiful artwork and depictions celebrating the success of the American people over our 250-year history and the enduring triumph of the American spirit. Long after everyone in this room is gone, our children and grandchildren will remain inspired by this national monument. Beginning construction this year on the architectural arch is a fitting way to commemorate the 250th anniversary of American independence. Great nations build beautiful structures that cultivate national pride and love of country, and this triumphal arch should be a project that all Americans of all political persuasions can support because it's a monument for every American to celebrate 250 years of our nation's proud history. And again, the plans for this will be submitted tomorrow. We'll have many more announcements with respect to our 250th anniversary in the coming months as we look forward to the 4th of July. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day.
Stood still like light between the grid, chasing the part of you you hid. Sink drips pulse like a drop in time. It snaps me back into your rhyme. Closet door won't close all the way. It used to hum through every sway. Bed's not made, but the shake still holds. Funk runs dry where the air turns cold. No message left, just a reverb gloom. My solo now a no drum. Don't return, you just rerun like final heat to meet the sun. Each step I take is mapped and looped by silence perfectly produced. I lost your name, kept towards decay. Chorus tracks the long way. I get too slow through beats that fold up but too show. I turn the rhythm with the rest and sleep inside your fading text. A single bar that won't release, where even funk can't find its peace. Remote clicks once, the scroll stays black, but your reflection still flashes back. A soda fizz, a healing slide, the boogie out but left the guide. Elevator dings with no one near. I'm out, can name and shift the gear. Found settle low through a reverb drag. Still tracing snaps, I'm never tag. You hot where metronomes collapse and empty balls and overdubbed your gas. You never sang but left the key, and every chord still calls to me. I groove alone, still holding pitch inside your glitch inside. Got chill circuits, sleep where I can fade. Yeah, echo built and disobeyed. I ride to drop, don't feel the land. The ghost and funk, the static hand. Or would I end? You just repeat a loop to one, but far too sweet. torchlight trembling on the river bend. Night unfolding like a velvet letter. Wind turns pages of the sleeping town, slow as a painter rinsing color. Your voice drifts over the railing, soft as dust inside a sunbeam. And the dove listens patiently, like a garden waiting for rain. Two shadows leaning together, balanced on a quiet hour. Time hanging in the air, like fruit on a summer branch. Pores like glowing on the water, golden circles drifting slow. Every glance becomes a late time in a place only we know. The river bends like a sleepy question, carrying whispers through the reeds. Stars scatter salt across the darkness, tiny promises in the deep. Your laughter moves through the evening, like wind across tall wheat. And the silence falls around it, gentle as a linen sheets. Two shadows leaning together, balanced on a quiet hour. Time hanging in the air, like fruit on a summer branch. Torchlight glowing on the water, pulled in circles, drifting slow. Every glance becomes a lantern in a place only we know. Morning waiting behind the hills, quiet as a hill breath, but the night still blooms between us, soft and luminous. Your eyes carry distant weather, long after wandering stars, and the world feels briefly simple as a field of glowing corn. Two shadows leaning together, balanced on a quiet hour. Time hanging in the air, like fruit on a summer branch. Torchlight glowing on the water, golden circles drifting slow. Every glance becomes a lantern in a place only we know. Kalimba ringing soft and bright, morning leaning on a string, river curling left and right, moving like a drifting dream. bursting on the rail, boot heels marking gentle time, cool wind sliding down the trail, baseline joins the rhyme. Let that pocket settle low, hear it rolling through the ground. Little grooves begin to grow in that easy country sound. Step along, let the shuffle roll, river wind inside the beat, simple rhythm fills the soul, moving every tired feet. Step along, fishing line across the bank, quiet circles on the floor, someone waving to a friend from a porch across the road. Loose guitar begins to chop, rocks cards drifting in the air. Ooh, don't rush and never stop, floating everywhere. Hear that drum beneath the sun, walking steady, soft and beat. Every step upon the bound finds a rhythm it can keep. Step along, let the shuffle roll, river wind inside the beat, simple rhythm fills the soul, moving every tired feet. Even sliding down the shore, horse life blinking one by one, old man laughing by the store, talking low in days down. Years keep walking down the lane, but the groove stays loose and kind, river humming its refrain, settling into mind. Let it breathe and let it stay, like a drum the road once knew. Little rhythm in the day, always pulling people through. Step along, let the shuffle roll, river wind inside the beat, simple rhythm fills the soul, moving every tired feet. One light swings on the porch all night, dust in the air makes them look tight. I sit with the hum of the slow fan blades, your voice in the wire softly fades. Wood creaks once but no one's near, I hold my breath just to hear. Leaves don't move but they still fall down, and I wait like rain play without a name. I follow what you don't send, hoping silence has an end. In the legend drove I stay, where rhythm walks but words delay. If you come back through the low, you'll find me lit but moving slow. Kalimba plays by the crack with a wall. Fingers remember what I can't recall. Shirt still smells like your last day, but I wear it now to keep you away. Water in a bowl never shakes or stirs, but the mirror walks like the way it blurs. Keys untouched since you let them fall. I walk past slow, I don't touch at all. Every name moves the same. Shadows play without a name. I follow what you don't send, hoping silence has an end. In the legend drove I stay, where rhythm walks but words delay. If you come back through the low, you'll find me lit but moving slow. From a room half closed, dust on the frets where the melody froze. You laughed once in the kitchen heat, not just echoes in a crooked beat. Your club's still dry, but I feel my slow. Watch you sing to me undertow. Shoes feel lean where your heels last stood. Cannot pretend that's understood. Every night moves the same. Shadows play without a name. I follow what you know send, hoping silence has an end. In the legend drove I stay, where rhythm walks but words delay. If you come back through the low, you'll find me lit but moving slow. Curtains tied but the wind gets in. Sails you see the like a violin. My voice stays light, soft and thin. Illy that boat won't give in. Cicadas sing and the rhythm ends. I hum the part that never ends, and every breath just tries again. In case you're close, in case you're man. Every night moves the same. Shadows play without a name. I follow what you don't sing, hoping silence has an end. In the legend drove I stay, where rhythm walks but words delay. If you come back through the low, you'll find me late but moving slow. There's a drawer beside the bed, full of things I never said. Pages folded out of sight, written down some restless night. Names that time has worn away, lines that never found their way. Ink that tried to say it clear, still remains collected here. Every word I meant to send sat there waiting in the end. Little thoughts that came too late, learning how to wait. All those letters never read, all the quiet words I said, still they rest where they belong, holding some to figure something out. Some were questions without names, some are careful hidden blame. Every page a passing thought, things I felt but never brought. Every line a smaller part of a careful heart. Maybe silence had its place, maybe time erased the trace. Every message left behind changed my mind. All those letters never read, all the quiet words I said, still they rest where they belong, holding on. Now I'm gonna take a look through that quiet paper book, not to send them out again, just to see who I was in. Every page a faded sign of a different state of mind, proof that time kept moving through, changing what I knew. All the thoughts that stayed with me built the man I came to be. Little echoes from before, and that throne, all those letters never read, all the quiet words I said, still they rest where they belong, holding on. Prairie road cutting past the field, wooden sign barely nailed and sealed, an old chair resting by the door, boot marks scattered on the floor, small radio balanced on a crate, speaker humming soft and straight, two men watching trucks go by, nothing much to justify, a distant station drifting near, carried thin but loud and clear, simple rhythm passing through across the view. Let that prairie station speak, rolling slow all through the week, boot heels tapping on the ground, keeping time with that sound. Pick up parked beside the shade, one loose tire slowly swayed, someone humming half a phrase from forgotten radio days, fence wire shaking in the breeze, dust sliding through the trees, every note the speaker sends moves slow around the bend, that small groove walking through, nothing fancy, nothing new, just a signal running wide countryside. Let that prairie station speak, rolling slow all through the week, boot heels tapping on the ground, keeping time with that sound. Stretching down the lane, long freight calling down the plain, storefront light beginning glow, people standing talking low, crickets starting up their line, someone checking pocket time, radio still humming through one last tune. That same program drifting conversations speak. Rolling slow all through the week. Boot heels tapping on the ground. Keeping time with that sound. Street lamp humming over broken pavement. Robots breathing at the corner light. Someone sweeping yesterday from a storefront. Dust turning slow in yellow light. Radio leaking to a window screen. Late shoes tapping tired concrete. I keep walking past familiar shadows, listening to the rhythm of the street. Engines murmur low and steady, footsteps falling into time. Something pulling at the silence like a quiet hidden sign. Just Line Avenue keeps turning. Same slow wheels beneath my feet. Every corner keeps a memory, looping softly through the street. Line Avenue keeps turning, all night breathing through the heat. I keep drifting with the motion, where the rhythm feels complete. Neon buzzing through a cracked window, two men laughing near the bar. Paper tickets on the midnight sidewalk. Someone humming in a car. Rose notes floated from a doorway, loose like smoke above the lane. Every block repeats the pattern, every step the same refrain. City turning slow and patient, like a clock nobody sees. Every sound becomes a signal riding on the evening breeze. Oh, Dust Line Avenue keeps turning. Same soul wheels beneath my feet. Every corner keeps a memory, looping softly through the street. Dust Line Avenue keeps turning, all night breathing through the heat. I keep drifting with the motion, where the rhythm feels complete. Window shadows sliding slowly, train bell somewhere far away. City breathing under quiet wires, holding fragments of the day. Loose guitar across the pavement, governor taps through the air. Every sound becomes a compass, every step is leading there. Something moving through the silence, pulling every step along, like a low repeated signal, like a half-remembered song. Dust Line Avenue keeps turning, same soul wheels beneath my feet. Every corner keeps a memory, Straight line runs along the floor, like it was drawn there years before. Step lines clean, then disappears, as if it never settled here. A dim light rests against the wall, then shifts away without a call. Nothing holds, nothing resists, everything just coexists. It stays, then it's gone. No delay, no prolong. Keep it short, cut it clean. Don't expand what you have seen. If it slips, let it go. You don't need to make it whole. The window frames a passing shape that never fully takes its place. A sound appears then drops too fast, like it wasn't built to last. My reflection turns away before it has a chance to stay. Even silence shifts its tone, like it won't remain alone. It starts, then it cuts. No build up, no adjust. Complete it at all. As it's more than enough. Keep it simple, keep it raw. Doesn't rise, just a shake behind my eyes. Like moves in, then moves out, without reason, without doubt. Nothing here has to remain. Nothing pushes, nothing strains. I just stay within the frame, without need to name. No for life, no design, just a break in time. What no one knows. Keep it light, keep it brief. That's enough for any peace. Paper map unfolds on the table. Creases shaped like quiet mountain roads. Ink rivers winding through the margins, searching for a distant shore. The compass hums a patient circle, like a planet turning slow. And the road begins its whisker through the dust of where to go. Dandelion seeds become directions when the wind begins to roam. None of them have names for places, still they always find a home. Writing stories across the open skin of earth. Every step becomes a sentence, telling who we were at first. If the miles could turn to lanterns, hanging where the highways bend, all their quiet glowing circles would reveal where journeys end. Old Blue Scout feels the dust from valleys wide and cup of dry, train tracks stretched like silver feathers. Sewn across the evening sky, we were lighter than our luggage, running where the horizons moved. Every station held a window into lives we never knew. Time becomes a wandering river, carving paths through stone and sand. Every current keeps a memory of the shores that shaped its hand. So somewhere past the bending highways, all our scattered footsteps shine like the sparks from passing engines, fading slowly out of time. Every mile becomes a mirror, showing roads we couldn't know, and the wind keeps all the answers in a language never shown. Morning pace the distant ridges with a quiet amber line. Birds weave roar the sky above us like explorers of the wind. If the map forgets the borders of the trails we chose to roam, still the earth will keep the rhythm of the paths that led us home. Nothing truly stays unmoving. Every road becomes a rhyme, written in the drifting language of the open book of time. Let the highways turn their pages through the valleys of the air. Let the minds collect the echoes of the travelers passing there. Oh, if tomorrow shifts the compass, still the road will understand. And every wandering step we planted on the breathing skin of land. A street light hums like it forgot who it was supposed to watch. My shadow leans but won't stay long, like it knows where I went wrong. A window holds a fading face that disappears without a trace. Even air avoids my skin, like it don't remember where I've been. There's a space between each breath when nothing argues life or death. It stays just long enough to show, then lets me go. Call my name like it's not mine, let it drift and misalign. Every word I couldn't keep falls asleep. The pavement cracks beneath my feet, like it's tired of feeling me. found my face. Old reflections in the glass turn away before I pass. Even echoes hesitate, like they doubt they should relate. There's a line I never see between what stays and what won't be. It shows itself and lets me go. Soft and low, call my name like it's not mine. Let it drift and misalign. Every word I couldn't keep falls asleep. Against the wall, like it doesn't care to call. Light moves slow across my hand, like it doesn't understand. Nothing here demands a place, everything just leaves a trace. I sit still and let it be, like it never needed me. There's a quiet I can't hold, made of things that won't be told. It stays just long enough to show that lets me go. Call my moon like it's not mine. Let it drift in misalign. Every word I couldn't keep falls asleep. You stay like warmth inside a sea, long after winter stepped away. A quiet pool beneath my breathing that never fully learned to fade. Your voice was softer than a habit, harder to break than I could say. It moved through me without a warning, then slowly chose to stay. I don't reach for what we were now, still it settles in my hands like a weight I never noticed till it slipped beyond my grasp. You remain like quiet gravity, pulling without a sound. Not enough to hold me still, not enough to let me down. Every thought bends slightly toward you, even when I turn away, like a line I never finished, still repeating through the day. You felt like something just remembered, without knowing where from. A melody without a chorus that I still keep humming on. Time moves on in straight directions, but you linger between, like a word I almost whispered, then forgot what it could mean. There's a trace that doesn't follow, and a rule I understand. It just rests along the edges of everything I am. You remain like quiet gravity, never asking to be known. Not enough to bring me back, still too close to leave alone. Every feeling leans towards you in a way I can't explain, like a sentence left unfinished, it's still repeating in my Some things don't need resolution, some just learn to stay somewhere. You're not heavy, not a burden, just a shape I've grown around. Like a rhythm in the distance that I hear but can't track down. There's a chord I didn't choose here, but it fits me all the same. Like a silence I've adjusted till it no longer feels strange. But you remain like quiet gravity, even now without a trace. Not enough to change my direction, still it shifts my inner space. Every ending leaves emotion even after it is gone. Like a line that keeps on moving long after it is drawn. You remain like you remain like quiet gravity. A field of stars spills over the hillside, like seeds escaping a broken lantern. Crickets weave invisible patterns through the dark blue fabric of night. Your voice once floated in the silence. Light is falling, drifting through air. Now the wind turns slow circles where the old constellations stare. Somewhere a comet crosses quietly, leaving silver on the sky. None of us can hold the moment, still we watch it passing by. The stars are planting quiet guards in the corners of my mind. Every spark becomes a compass, pointing in softly back in time. If the night could fold its distance, like a map the heavens drew, every glowing path would lead me through the dark again to you. We were younger than the starlight, running wild across the hill. Every laugh became a signal, traveling farther than I will. Galaxies above the meadow turn like pages made of fire, and our quiet conversation rose like smoke from hidden wires. Yeah, years revolve like patient planets, circling what they once knew. Still the night repeats its orbit, drawing silent lines to you. Somewhere past the drifting heavens, all our vanished evening glow, like the sparks from distant campfires, sleeping deep in cosmic snow. Every dream becomes a lantern, hanging where the dark is wide. one truly leaves the heavens, every spark becomes a sign, written deep inside the silence of the slowly turning time. Let the stars release their letters through the endless fields of air. Let the night translate the distance into memories we share. Tomorrow dims the heavens, still the constellations knew. Every wandering light was moving through the dark to find you. I used to speak without a pause, certain every word was strong. Every answer came out fast, like it couldn't turn out wrong. Years went by without a sign, then the silence grew between. Little doubts began to rise in the in-between. Every thought returned again with a softer kind of pen, writing lines I didn't see used to be. Now I'm living in a season full of second thoughts. Every answer I believe carries question marks. Things I argued long ago now appear another shade. Conversations from the past echo through the choices made. Not regret exactly there, just a slower kind of view. Understanding takes its time, changing what we knew. Years can loosen certain claims, turn convictions into frames, showing sides we couldn't see formerly. Now I'm living in a season full of second thoughts. Every answer I believe carries question marks. Quite a road, less convinced but more aware, leaving room inside a line for another point to share. Maybe wisdom isn't loud, maybe it is simply this: knowing truth can slowly grow in the midst. Every year a little shift, every doubt a quiet gift, leading where the mind can start with a soul. Now I'm living in the season for the second part. Every answer I believe carries question marks. Light hits quick, then slips away. Feet catch time without delay. Air feels sharp, it moves in lines. Nothing loops, it all aligns. Hands don't wait, they fall in place. Every step has got its pace. everything just finds its way. No more slow, no more drag. Cut the weight we used to have. Let it land, let it go. Feel the pulse begin to grow. Don't slow down, keep it clean. Stay right where the beat has been. Stop in time, don't overthink. Let it move before you blink. People shifting steady waves, not too fast but never late. There's a push in how they lean, in between the in-between. Nothing stuck, nothing stalled. Every move feels natural, like a line that never bends, just begins and never ends. Drop the weight, keep it light, let it roll, don't hold tight. Find the line, stay inside, where the rhythm likes to ride. Don't slow down, feel it rise. Keep it clear, no disguise. Step in time, let it flow. More than words could ever show. Day moves on but never drags. No loose ends, no heavy bags. Every breath lands where it should. Nothing lost, it's understood. No more pause that breaks the line. Everything just stays in time. In this flow I finally see how it always moved through me. No delay, no hold back. Stay aligned within the track. Let it hit, let it stay in a clean and simple way. Don't slow down, keep it clean. Stay right where the beat has been. Step in time, don't overthink. Let it move before you blink. Up on the rooftop after work, tied house on a chair. City buzzing far below, warm electric air. They're just marching side to side, like they own a place. One of them just stares at me, bold gray face. I just a crumb, they hop in line, feathers in formation. Tiny boots on concrete floor, urban celebration. Rooftop pigeons, look at them move. Strobe like daylight, something to prove. Heads bob left, then right on cue. Oh, block, catching the groove. Rooftop pigeons, feel his groove. Gray suit, sharper than new. No speeches, no brand review. Just doing what they do. One flies off, then circles back. Missed his landing spot. Another car's a paper bag, like treasure he just got. Wind kicks up nothing in there, they don't seem to care. We share this ledge at sunset, unwritten affair. No one here is keeping score, no medals handed out. Just a rhythm in their wall that drowns the doubt. Rooftop pigeons, look at them move. Strut like they got something to prove. Hairs bob left, then right on cue. Whole block catching the groove. face from balcony, music drifting low. I tap my heel against the chart, left the temp on flow. Pigeon left in sudden burst, circle one flint line, like a band that knows the break without a single plan. Breathing in the evening hum, shoulder loose and free, nothing deep, no brand design, just sky and me. Rooftop music, look at them move. Stride like they got something to prove. There's Bob left and right on cue. Whole block catching the blue. Rooftop visions, fearless crew. Gray suit, sharper than new. No stitching, no grand review. Just doing what they do. I keep circling the same quiet corner where the street light hums but it don't get warmer. Every shadow stretching just a little too long, like it's holding on to something already gone. There's a rhythm in the way I hesitate. Half a second always showing up too late, and the pavement knows the weight of my shoes. Every step just singing deja vu. Something shifts but it don't reveal, like a thought I almost feel. Try to catch it, let it speak, but it fades before it peaks. I go back again, same direction, no clear sign, just reflection. Every turn feels prearranged. Nothing moves but it rearranges. There's a voice in the passing cars at night, low and distant, never landing right. And the windows flicker stories I don't read, just fragments of a life I didn't need. Till I pause like I'm waiting on a cue, but the script don't change, it just loops through. And the silence got a weight of its own, like it follows me wherever I roam. Something calls but it don't insist, like a name but I somehow missed. I get close but it pulls away, leaves me right where I started. Same, I go back again, same direction, no clear sign, just reflection. Every turn feels prearranged. Nothing moves but it rearranges. Morning dries but it don't arrive, still feel stuck in a snow time. Every motion already known, like I'm walked into a barrel zone. And the pattern never really breaks, just bends a little with each mistake, till I'm caught in a quiet design, tracing circles I call mine. Something is, but it won't conclude. Just resets in a different mood. I let go, but it pulls me through. Same old line with a different view. Same direction. Every turn it feels The ceiling bent like liquid arithmetic, numbers dripping down the spine of air. A quiet orbit circled through my ribs, carrying shapes I could not repair. Your voice arrived without a throat or name, pressed like frost against a moving wall. The hallway stretched into a paper sea where gravity forgot to fall. I placed my shadow on a vacant chair. It did not recognize my frame. The clock dissolved into a ring of breath, and time refused its former shape. In this glass orbit, I unravel slow. Every reflection learns to disobey. You are a signal with no origin, a pulse that edits what I say. Nothing is held, nothing repeats. Even my name drifts out of place. The floor translated footsteps into light. Each step erased the one before. A window flickered like a broken thought, then folded inward at its core. Your outline moved to borrowed silhouettes, wearing angles I could not perceive. The room inhaled a different set of rules and exhaled things I couldn't leave. I tried to measure what was left of me, but every line refused to stay. The air rewrote the edge of every form and bent the distance into gray. In this glass orbit, I unravel slow. Every reflection learns to disobey. You are a signal with no origin, a pulse that edits what I say. Nothing is held, nothing repeats. Even my name drifts out of place. The morning failed to fully render in. Half the sky remained unformed. A static tide replaced the moving wind and left the atmosphere deformed. I found a version of myself misaligned, standing just outside my reach. It spoke in fragments made of borrowed noise, in patterns language couldn't teach. No exit mark, no entrance left behind, only a seam of shifting tone. I've traced the edge until it disappeared, and understood I wasn't alone. In this glass orbit, I unravel slow. Every reflection learns to disobey. You are a signal with no origin, a pulse that edits what I say. Nothing is held, nothing repeats. Even my name drifts out of place. There's a chair by the window where the sunlight slowly leans, like it's waiting for a story it has heard 1,000 times before. I sit down without a reason, just to listen to the quiet as it wraps around the room like something gentle, something warm. Every mark upon the table holds a trace of passing hours. Every breath I take feels deeper than it ever did before. I don't rush to fill the silence, I just let it come and settle like a tide that knows exactly what it's reaching for. All the voices I remember never really disappear. They just learn to speak in softer ways I finally can hear. And the weight I used to carry doesn't press me like before. It just lingers like a shadow resting lightly on the floor. I don't need to go where I have never been. Every road is folded back beneath my skin. And it's quiet, something opens like a door, not to somewhere new, but to what was always more. Photographs inside a drawer I rarely open anymore, still contain a certain feeling I can recognize at once. Not in faces, not in places, but in something hard to measure, like a moment that continues even after it is done. I remember how I hurried, how I tried to hold it tighter. Every answer felt important, every second had a cost. Now I see it at a distance, like a river moving slowly. Nothing gained and nothing truly ever lost. What remains is not a question, not a thing I need to solve. It's a rhythm I can follow, it's a space I can dissolve. And the more I try to name it, the less I understand. So I let it stay a feeling resting quietly in my hand. I don't need to chase a distant light. Everything I left has circled back in time. In the stillness, something finally speaks, unanswered, but in all I didn't need. Even now the evening finds me in the same familiar space, where the light begins to soften and the edges disappear. I don't measure what is left or what I might have left behind me. There's a calm in knowing everything has brought me here. Every year has left a layer, like a quiet kind of language, written out in words, but in a way I choose to stay. I don't look for something greater, I don't wait for something different. I just listen as it slowly fades to gray. There's a peace I never noticed when I tried to move too fast. Now it finds me in the stillness, now it finally can last. Not a moment, not a memory, not a place I have to find, just a quiet understanding resting easy in my mind. I don't need to reach beyond this. Every silence carries communication wall. Sunlight folded in a paper cup. Your shadow stretches like a long goodbye across the sleeping platform tiles. The air tastes faintly of oranges. Somewhere a pigeon counts the hours, and the sky hangs low above the rooftops like a suitcase full of weather. You smile drifting through the daylight, soft as dust in window glass. Something quiet in that moment, trying gently not to pass. Golden suitcase in the sunlight, waiting by the open door. Every road begins in silence, just like footsteps on the floor. A breeze flips pages of a magazine. Clouds wander slow above the rails. Your voice curls through the quiet like ribbon through the air. The afternoon hums like a patient engine, dreaming softly in the yard. And every glass becomes a compass, pouring in somewhere far. You smile drifting through the daylight, soft as dust in window glass. Softly quiet in that moment, trying gently not to pass. A golden suitcase in the sunlight, waiting by the open door. Every road begins in silence, just like footsteps on the floor. Evening hiding in the distance, blue as ink inside a jar. The town breathing slow and easily under one wandering star. You stand there like a small horizon where two long journeys meet, and the world feels wide and patient under quiet traveling feet. Smile drifting through the daylight, soft as dust continued storms. The White House shows blood skin to the vines. Your shadow drifts through apricot weather with pockets full of unspoken signs. The windows bloom with underwater lilies. Night falls blue silk over the hill. I hear your name in the fig tree breathing, as if the earth itself stood still. The air wears gold around its shoulders. A quiet bell sleeps inside the leaves. We move as though the dark were holy, and every branch had learned to grieve. You go round like water learning color. You remain like perfume on the stairs. The stars lean low to watch us listening, while silverless halos float through the air. The pear-shaped lantern sways in silence above the gate of sleeping roses. The garden keeps its secret horses hidden where the midnight fern uncloses. Your voice is folded in the linen. The room is dressed in violet grain. 1,000 moths rehearse their circles and stitch pale crowns across the rain. The air wears gold around its shoulders. The quiet bell sleeps inside the leaves. We move as though the dark were holy, and every branch had learned to grieve. You arrive like water learning color. You remain like perfume on the stairs. The stars we low to watch us listening, while silverless halos fall through the air. By dawn the plums turn faintly opaline, and clouds wear feathers made of cream. We sit beside the wet of swallows, passing the cup of a borrowed dream. No clock can remember this small kingdom. No wound can keep its former name. The morning opens like a peony and leave us blowing just the same. The air wears gold around its shoulder. A quiet bell sleeps inside the leaves. We move as though the dark to holy, and every branch and learn to breathe. Float through the Every year I make a line, say this time will be the time. Write it down in careful words, like a promise to the world. Morning plans and midnight vows, saying I will change somehow. but the weeks move quietly past the man I hope to be. Smooth decisions day by day, turning slowly either way. Little steps I barely see, building me. It's the turning point habit, not a single grand moment, just a quiet daily choice, following a smaller voice. Used to wait for one big sign, something loud to change my mind. Thought a moment bright and clear would arrive some certain year, but the truth was always plain, hidden in the same routine. Every morning starts again, like it always has been. Tiny changes, hard to see, grow it into what it will be. Piece by piece, it rearranged what I changed. Just a turning point habit, not a single grand moment, just a quiet daily choice, following a smaller verse. Now I keep the playlist loud, write it simple, not so proud, just a steady for the next. No dramatic final text, but years remove the way they do. Still the path is something new, built by things I choose today. To quiet away, nothing sudden, nothing fast, just a change that slowly lasts. One more step I choose to make day by day. It's the turning point habit, not a single bad moment, just a quiet daily choice, following a smaller voice. Train doors slide with a clap, city rushing through the gap, loose crowd swaying down the line, everybody killing time. Backpacks thump against the rail, someone tapping out a trail, headphones nodding to the beat, shoes drumming with a seat. One small move down the road, people start to know, tiny groove in the ride, energy inside. Subway bounce tonight, rolling left and right. Ooh, subway bounce so free, whole car moving with me. Lady laughing near the door, someone sliding on the floor, quick spin holding the pole, turning travel into soul. Old man clapping with a grin, kids already jumping in. Station lights begin to blur, but the rhythm keeps it pure. Little shake, little sway, turn the ride to play. One clap, 2 feet, find the street. Subway bounce tonight. Rolling left and right. Subway bounce so free, whole car moving with me. Oh, to start. Nobody wants it to dry. Doors open, people flow, but the feeling starts to grow. Every step onto the street, skill carrying the beat. Laugh loud, step wide, take the groove outside. Night alive, we arrive. Subway back. Rolling left and right. Subway bound so free. Oh, come moving with me. A thin layer of dust on your shoulder, like petals forgot how to fall. Your voice lingers under the table, but no one is speaking at all. Your glass holds a quieter version of every word we didn't say. It trembles without any reason, then slowly lets them drift away. The air turns soft around your absence, like fabric left out in the rain. Every sound begins to scatter, then gathers back your name. Your name settles in the quiet, like dust on a forgotten frame. It doesn't ask to be remembered, still it never leaves the stain. Every room begins to echo with something I can't explain. Not a voice, not even silence, just the outline of your name. Folded between the light and something dim. I pass it like a passing stranger, but it still recognizes me. A cup left cooling by the window holds the warmth you never took. Even time avoids that corner like a line we never wrote. There's the softness in the distance that wasn't there before you left. Even emptiness feels altered, like it's holding something else. Your name drips across the surface like light that cannot decide whether to stay inside the moment or disappear outside. Every space becomes a question that I never answer twice. Not a memory, not a feeling, just a trace I recognize. Doesn't quite return, like a page that's been half erased. Still remembering how to burn. I don't reach for what is missing, I don't follow where you went, but your absence moves around me like a quiet accident. There's a space that keeps expanding even when I stay the same. Every step I take around it still circles there. Way said it once, I said it twice. Not too loud, not too precise. You just nodded, looked away, like you didn't need to stay. I thought maybe you got it then, didn't feel the need again to repeat what felt so clear, standing right beside you there. Every word just passed you by, didn't land, don't know why. I could see it in your eyes, something didn't arrive. I thought you heard, that was enough. Didn't think I'd have to say it again, but it got lost somewhere between us. Now I don't know where to begin. You kept talking like before, like it didn't matter more, like it never came across what I meant or what it cost. I could stop and say it plain, break it down and make it land, but something in me pulled it back, didn't want to force the flag. Every thought stretched out too far, every line left where you are. I can see it clear as stars, we don't hear the same. I thought you heard me, that was enough. Didn't think I'd have to say it again, but it got lost somewhere between us. Now I don't know where to begin. Speak too low, or you listen just enough to catch the shape, but not the weight of what I'm made of. Now I see it wasn't said, not the way I had it in my head, so I spared you, say it clean, even if it feels routine. Every word needs some my real, every thought needs to be felt. I can't leave it to be guessed like I did before. I thought you heard me, that was enough. Didn't think I'd have to say it again, but it got lost somewhere between us. Now I don't know where to begin. A porcelain room breathing pale blue air, quadrant reflection sleeping everywhere. A drifting curtain open like a tide, revealing silent planets deep inside. The floor held fragments of a melted star, scattered softly where the daylights are. And in the hush between each turning breath, a fragile universe escaped from death. The ceiling opened like a paper sky where floating lantern constellations lie. Every shadow slowly learned to bloom inside this quiet, endless room. In the porcelain nebula room, a silent galaxy slowly bloomed. Nothing spoken, nothing to prove, only a soft, invisible groove. A fragile staircase made of quiet light, curved like a ribbon through the night. Small silver feathers drifted in the air like quiet wishes floating everywhere. The sleeping mirror open wide and slow, releasing distant tides of glow. Even the walls began to breathe and sway like distant oceans far away. The silence folded into gentle waves where quiet constellations behave. A hidden rhythm slowly brew, breathing softly through the blue. In the porcelain nebula room, silent galaxies slowly bloom. Nothing spoken, nothing to prove. Only a soft, invisible groove. The silver blast, watching the drifting nebula past. The room returned to quiet lines and folded back its glowing signs. Yet somewhere in the gentle air, the drifting stars were still there, turning slowly out of view like quiet dreams the night once knew. Even when the daylight moves, the hidden orbit slowly through. Somewhere in the silent groove, the midnight galaxy still move in the porcelain nebula room. Silent galaxies slowly bloom. Nothing spoken, nothing to prove. A soft, invisible groove. Hey, now look who walking down the same old lane. Got those Friday shoes again, stepping in the same refrain. People turning heads when you hit that corner line. Whole block feel the rhythm soon as you arrive. Every step got a story, every move got swing. Soon as those shoes start talking, whole street start to sing. Those Friday shoes make the whole block move. One step left, two step groove. Those Friday shoes, everybody knows. When you start walking, the rhythm goes. Kids on back start rolling, windows open wide. Barbershop got the radio turned up high inside. You don't even try now, still you steal the show. Every time you pass us, we already know. Hear the sidewalk talking, hear the tires roll. As soon as those shoes hit pavement, everybody know those Friday shoes make the whole clock move. One step left, Still you're walking easy, like you run the show. 40 years that same step, still it feels brand new. Whole town got a rhythm, thanks to you. In a crowd start clapping, in a laughter flow. So did those shoes start sliding. Everybody know those Friday shoes make the whole block move. One step left, two step through. Those Friday shoes, everybody knows where you start walking. The rhythm bartender wiping down the counter, a neon humming by the door. 2 old records near the jukebox, played 1,000 times before. Coat rack holding quiet stories, rain still resting on the floor. Somebody laughing near the corner like they've been here years or more. The clock hands leaning past 11, glasses ringing soft and low. Nobody rushing for the exit, everybody moving slow. Last call so rude, feel it leaning through the room. Low guitar and quiet laughter, moving easy in the bartender wiping down the counter, neon humming by the door. 2 old records near the jukebox, played 1,000 times before. Coat right holding quiet stories, rain still resting on the floor. Somebody laughing near the corner like they've been here years or more. The clock hands leaning past 11, glasses ringing soft and low. Nobody rushing for the exit, everybody moving slow. Last call so blue, feel it leaning through the room. Low guitar and quiet laughter, moving easy in the tune. Last call so groove, let the rhythm take control. Everybody finding shelter in a late night kind of soul. Road notes floating through the ceiling, bassline walking through the floor. Old friends leaning close together, talking like they're 24. Someone humming near the window, watching headlights slide away. Every table holds a memory that refuses not to stay. Outside engines pass the corner, inside time begins to bend. One more round before the silence, one more story for a friend. Last call so good, feel it leaning through the room. Low guitar and quiet laughter, moving easy in the tune. Last call so good, let the rhythm take control. Everybody finding shelter in a late night kind of soul. Go turning on the tables, doors slams open to the street. City breathing midnight air while the groove stays in the beat. Bartender counting quiet dollars, jukebox waiting soft and slow. Somewhere down another avenue, another rhythm starts to glow. sliding in the doorway, footsteps drifting through the night. Got the groove, kids moving somewhere past the fight on neon light. Let's call soul groove. Feel it leaning through the room. No guitar and quiet laughter, moving easy in the tune. Let's call soul groove. Let the rhythm take control. Let the body flourish. No, ain't not kind of soul. Electric keys marking out the pavement time. City bus sighs at the corner stop. Loose gravel scratching the shoes. A window radio murmurs low. Morning paper stacked by the door. A bicycle leaning on the rail. Traffic hum keeping quiet pace. The groove sits easy in the street. Hands resting light on the steering wheel. Heads not small to the beat. Little rhythm filling the silence. Nothing rushing the day. Let the groove flow down the block. Soft beat under the wheels. Clap one sharp on the backbeat line. Slow pulse turning the street. Barbershop laughter leaks outside. Cars tapping a quiet rhythm. Coffee steam twisting in the air. Loose talk crossing the room. Jukebox light blinking slow. Shoes sliding across the tile. Every chord walking steady like steps around the block. Fingers clapping on the tabletop. Heads leaning with the groove. Little rhythm in the corner. Nothing louder than needed. Let the groove roll down the block. Soft beat under the wheels. That was sharp on the backbeat line. Slow pulse turning the street. Streets are glowing in the dust. Engines moving steady past. A whistle floating from a doorway. Windows open to the air. Footsteps pace on the pavement. Late buses rolling through. Every block holds a rhythm. Waiting for the next bite. Old route circle the town. Turning night to day. Every listener catches time. Let the beat stay. Let the groove roll down the block. Soft beat under the wheels. Clap on sharp on the.
Right now, the United States of America is spending roughly $2 billion per day in Iran. And the problem is that the number that we're seeing in the headlines, it's just understating it. So it's not the real cost. So let's break down the real cost. So let's begin with what we know. According to the Pentagon's briefing to Congress, the war cost about $11.3 billion in just the first 6 days. But even that number is being questioned, and for good reason. Senator Coons from the Subcommittee of Defense Appropriations told reporters $11.3 billion was spent in roughly the first few days. Coons said, and I quote, "I expect that the total operating number is significantly above that, but my fair guess is well over $1.5 billion a day, though it varies day to day depending on military operations. And the Pentagon said, and I quote, regarding the cost of Operation Epic Fury, we won't know the cost until the mission is complete. Okay, you know, my reaction to that is, like, personally, I don't like the lack of transparency there. It's kind of like, it reminds me of how Nancy Pelosi said, we have to pass the bill so that you can find out what's in it. Okay, so we're going to go over the true numbers, but I want you to know this first. Historically, wars usually end up costing more than expected. So we've seen this pattern before. I'm going to give you an example. During the Iraq War, the initial estimate from the governments was that the war might cost around $200 billion, but the final cost, $5 trillion. Now, let's start diving into the true cost of the war in Iran. So we're going to start with this. I want you to know that the government is not actually reporting the true cost of the war. This is no secret. The numbers that they're giving are based off the cost of the inventory. So I want to explain this. Okay, for example, let's just say that the military purchased missiles a few years ago. And at that time, when they did the purchase, it costed about $1 to $2 million a piece for each missile. And it's just sitting in their inventory. They use the missiles, and then, of course, they have to replenish that inventory. Well, now those missiles no longer cost $1 to $2 million a piece like they did a few years back. Now they cost $2 million to $3.6 million. Okay, so what does this mean? It means that the real cost of the war is being understated because we're going to have to replace everything that we're using at today's much higher prices. So they're going off inventory at cost, not the fair market value. And if you take a look at the data, we have been trigger happy. We've used more Tomahawk missiles in today's conflict, Operation Epic Fury, than we have in the entirety of the multi-year conflict in Iraq. And I want you to keep in mind that these are just Tomahawk missiles. We've now struck over 13,000 targets so far in Operation Epic Fury. So I want you to think about that. Do you know how expensive it is to attack 13,000 targets? Well, to give you an idea, here's where we stand after 45 days of war based on the congressional hearings. Again, this is understated, but let's just work with this, okay? All right, so where's all this money going? Short term, it's going to things like missiles, bombs, interceptors, aircraft carriers, naval fleets, fuel, logistics, combat pay, extended deployments, things like that. And here's what gets more expensive. It's the hardware, the equipment that's been destroyed or damaged. And of course, these are extremely expensive assets, and replacing them adds more to the cost. So listen, some of these got shot down in combat operations, some got shot down by friendly fire, but many are being damaged when they're just sitting at base. So I'm just going to read you off a few examples, but every time I list something, just think about the dollar signs behind it. So March 2nd, 3 F-15 Strike Eagle combat aircraft shot down and destroyed by Kuwaiti friendly fire. March 11th, E-3 Sentry destroyed by a drone in the Saudi airbase. March 12th, KC-135 Stratotanker destroyed in Iraq. March 13th, another KC-135 destroyed on the ground in Saudi Arabia. March 19th, F-35A combat aircraft. March 25th, CH-47F destroyed in Kuwait by a drone. March 27th, 5 E-3 Sentries destroyed by drones in Saudi Arabia. So this is just in March. What we're losing is probably more than most Americans think. And on top of that, we're maintaining multiple carrier strike groups in the region, which is of course costing billions of dollars to operate. So even in the short term, this is an incredibly expensive operation. Now let's talk about the hidden costs, which are real costs, also more expensive, but they come later. So first you have to think about the repairs and the maintenance. For example, military bases are being damaged, equipment is being worn down faster than expected, and ships and aircraft require major repairs. 13 US bases in the Gulf are now uninhabitable. And rebuilding all that, you can't just do it overnight. It's going to take years, and it's going to cost billions of dollars. So, for example, our base in Kuwait was struck 23 times. So our bases in Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and the UAE, they've suffered massive damage. They're attacking communications equipment, warehouses, aircrafts, hangars, etc. But I want to clarify this. These bases are not uninhabitable because everything is destroyed. No, that's not what happened. These bases cannot get the supplies imported to function properly. So listen, yes, Iran is taking a beating, no doubts. However, it's not like it's a flawless victory here, not even close. So this situation reminds me of a wolf trying to take down a porcupine, or a single lion trying to fight a honey badger. It's not going to go smoothly, and it's going to cost us. Now, the second thing that you have to take into consideration is that you have the industrial expansion. The United States government is now signing massive contracts with defense companies to ramp up production of weapons. So we're talking about increasing missile production, expanding manufacturing capacity, and of course, rebuilding stockpiles. And of course, this is not cheap. This is a multi-year, hundreds of billions of dollars effort. Now, I just want to say that this is where things get concerning because there's a fundamental imbalance in this war. Iran is producing drones for about $30,000 a piece. Meanwhile, the US government is using interceptors that cost around $4 million each to shoot them down. Now, I just want you to think about that because we're spending millions of dollars to stop something that costs tens of thousands of dollars. So that's not sustainable in the long run. And I just want to share this fun fact with you. So you probably heard that book, The Arts of War. And it's very popular. It was written about 2,500 years ago. But I just want you to know that it's not really a book about combats or military strategy. So that book, The Art of War, it's about winning by being militarily cost effective. It's literally a financial book. It's about prioritizing winning with minimum resources. And it teaches that the greatest threat to a state is the high financial cost of war. Now, let's talk about the biggest cost of all, and that is long-term obligations. So first, you have veterans care. So there are currently tens of thousands of US troops deployed, right? And many of them are being exposed to, you could read about toxic fumes, about chemical residues, environmental hazards. Historically, a large percentage of veterans end up receiving lifetime benefits. So for example, 37% of Gulf War veterans receive disability compensation. So if even a fraction of current troops qualify, then we're talking about tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars in long-term costs. Listen, I'm not saying that we shouldn't take care of our troops. I'm just saying it's going to be expensive. And then second, you have the defense budgets. So there are proposals to increase defense spending dramatically. And once that spending is built into the system, it doesn't come down. It becomes, you can think of it like a permanent thing. And I want to ask you a question. Where's all this money going to come from to fund this war? I mean, the United States government is broke. The national debt is already at $39 trillion. I mean, who's going to lend us money to continue this war? Like, how happy are our European allies or our Asian allies going to be after this? Are they going to lend us money by buying our treasury bonds? Are the Gulf states going to lend us money after this? And the answer is, my expectation is that, yeah, of course they're still going to be buying our treasury bonds. However, are they going to maintain the current rates that they've been buying, or are they going to increase their treasury purchases? I highly doubt it after all this happens. In my opinion, they're most likely going to de-dollarize, which means that the Federal Reserve is going to have to step in as the buyer of last resort. They're going to have to print more money. And that's going to mean higher inflation and higher interest rates. Okay, so what does this mean for all of us? It means that this war doesn't just stay overseas. Even if you're not directly involved in the war, you're still paying for it. Every time you go to fill up your car, if you take out a loan, a mortgage, higher interest rates or higher credit card interest rates, we're going to be dealing with rising inflation, higher prices because of the more money printing. Additionally, a very good question is, what are we giving up to pay for this war? Because every dollar that's spent on war is a dollar that's not being spent on infrastructure at home, on healthcare, on education, or even reducing the deficits. Okay, so let's just say that the cost of this war is going to come out to be $1 trillion, which is not far-fetched at all. Did you know that the median price home in the US is around $400,000 right now? With $1 trillion, you could build 2.5 million $400,000 homes. Or let's just say that college tuition costs $30,000 a year. So for 4 years, it's going to cost you $120,000, okay? With $1 trillion, you could give a full scholarship for 4 years to 8.3 million Americans. Did you know that the price of a new car, a sedan, is about $35,000 right now? With $1 trillion, you could give away 28.6 million brand new cars to Americans. If you ask me, would you rather have a brand new car for free, or would you rather start a war in Iran and have bloodshed? I don't know about you, but I would choose the new car. Listen, at the end of the day, wars are expensive, and I know that you already know that, but now you have more insight into how much we've spent and how much it's going to cost us. So all I'm saying is don't believe the headlines. They're understating it, and we're just being lied to, as usual. Anyways, please subscribe. Thank you for the support, and wish you a very nice day. Take care.